Read 'em. Lloyd's moving them. Any questions on them? Vote. It's carried. 5.1, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the October operating update on page 39. The recommended motion that Council receive the October 2022 operating financial update as information.
Michelle? Moving. Any questions on them? Went through it all. It all looked pretty good. Not seeing any questions. Vote. It's carried. 5.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Administration and the Cypress County team is very pleased to present the draft 2023 operating budget for your consideration. As you will see that the presentation of the budget is different than most years. I had a vision, and I really want to thank my team, in particular Travis and Leslie Ann and Sean, for pulling together my dream, and I'm very grateful for that, and everybody very much contributed to this document. This document shares a complete story of Cypress County. You can take this document and someone says, well, what does Cypress County do? You can sit down with them, have a coffee, and share the programs and services that Cypress County provides to the ratepayer. And so this is the draft budget that we put together for you. We utilize the motions of council, the previous programs and services that you offer the ratepayers for our community. And with that, we will commence. Do you have any questions before we start?
Just a comment. Went through this presentation that you guys put together, and it is very well put together. We really appreciate all the extra that you've put into it. Lloyd, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to, sorry. I was just going to add, even for a simple guy like me, it was very easy to understand, and you guys did a lot of good work on it. You deserve a pat on the back, all of you, for it.
Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with what these guys have said, and the pictures made my freaking day. I loved them. They were beautiful. That one with the cow in it was, she looked like my lead cow. Just made me happy, made me want to read it.
Richard?
After being on here 9 years, this is the easiest, the most impressive. It's, yeah, really, really well done. Can I give you guys a round of applause? Yeah.
Thank you, guys. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we should just stop right there. No.
Yeah. Can we get a motion to pass this?
Oh, no. So, Mr. Chairman and Council, so we'll start going through it if that's cool. So, the first couple pages is a table of contents, talks about, shows what the document has in store. And then on page 4 is the forward. It talks about Cypress County and a little bit about our residents, the strat plan, and looking at the priorities for the organization. And then we go into the strat plan, the vision, the mission, and the values. And the strategic priorities. So with your strat plan, the budget for capital and operating is built on that. And then on page 8, we have council, and we have a map here, and it has your pictures attached to the map. And then we have a message from the Reeve. Talks about the challenges, the opportunities Cypress County is facing, and how we look very forward to the future and what truly what the future brings for our county, this region, and the province and our country. And then the next one is the message from the CAO. Very similar theme, has a wonderful picture. If I could only, you know what, if it was like a full-time job being a curling fan, that would just be wonderful. But it's they want you to pay to go to events. So there's a message from the CAO, and it talks about additionally our strengths and our opportunities and what's coming forth. And also too, I stole this from Councillor Keith at Strategic Planning. He, when you guys were brainstorming, he said Cypress County is prosperity discovered. So I stole that from you, sorry, but it's really awesome. And it ties it in. We know we have challenges, but we know we have opportunities, and we want to seize those opportunities and move forward for a viable, sustainable county and region for many years to come. So on page 11 is the function of the CAO. So someone might say to you, well, what does she do? Well, there you go. So section 207 of the Act explains it in further detail. So that's, you're not going to throw open the MGA, but section 207 in the Act does in great detail what the CAO's duties and responsibilities are. This just gives an overview of the roles and responsibilities. Do you guys have any questions? You're good? So then on page 12 and 13, we have the org chart. So council approves our org chart. And then with budget preparation, this starts back in well, we do it all year round, actually. It's never ending, and we're always updating and evaluating and those sort of things. But we start after final budget, and well, this is final budget, but when we do the mill rate and do some further evaluations in April and May, we start again in June, July, starting for the next year already, looking at and evaluating and preparing the budget. So this just gives an overview of the budget preparation. Talks about the analysis that occurs, talks about the MGA. The MGA, you have to have a budget approved by the end of December before you can start spending money January 1st. That is, you cannot spend money without a budget in place. And then also too, regulatory changes that municipalities are always facing. So it may be in accounting principles, it might be provincial legislation. There's numerous regulations that we need to navigate continuously. And then the executive summary talks about the grants, the changes for MSI. Now we're going to be LGFF. Talks about the level of service. And also it discusses the unknowns that municipal governments face all the time. We navigate a lot of challenges, but we have a lot of opportunities as well. And as you all know, it doesn't matter. Political environments are always a living being, and you just have to navigate that and make wise decisions for the now and for the future. And in here also too, it talks about the property tax strategy as well on the second last paragraph on page 17. Okay, is there any questions? You're golden?
Doing good so far.
Okay, so Travis is going to take it on from page 18 and forward, talking about the budget summary and revenues and expenditures. You good to go? Awesome.
So I have to tell you, Council, on the weekend I was watching the American Music Awards, and they said this next performer their voice is so transcendent, it's majestic. It's like an out-of-body experience listening to them perform. We almost get to sit back and zone out and look from above, and I thought, well, if that's the case, every accountant should win every American Music Award with all of our presentations, but hopefully we make it through okay here. So really, I think you've caught on already. The budget's broken down into different sections, very similar to the financial statement. So we go through kind of the introductory pages to start. We've got the summary and reserves will be the first financial pages. Then we'll go through individual sections for council, legislation, corporate services, municipal services, public works. And in the final budget, when you see it published, it'll have the capital section attached to the back. We did review capital at the last council meeting, so already been approved, so we won't see that today. So when we look at the budget summary, a very healthy budget is what I would propose to you here for Cypress County. Much of the province still coming out of COVID, but Cypress County seeing a very healthy budget, a prosperous future, good opportunity, and so good growth. When we look at the budget summary, the most important number obviously is the bottom line number. We want to focus on the 6.8 million number is net income for next year. So that's before we look at any reserve transfers or other items that we're going to see come and go. 6.8 million is just operating income over operating expenses. So a really healthy number. So we'll focus on just a few of kind of each. We'll go through some of the general highlights here, and then we'll go into more detail in each of the departments. But looking at kind of the overall picture, property tax revenue up 10.7% from prior year. Biggest reason here we're seeing is a move in tax rate strategy. This is still running off of previous year's assessment information. So if assessment does continue to grow, we see further growth or investment in community, then the number could come in a little higher. We do see, and we'll go into a little bit more on tax rates in a couple of pages here. I think here we just want to note that we do still see that kind of 10% growth over each of the next 3 years. So it's not like it's a one and done type item. We do see that continued growth in each of the next 3 years. When we look at government transfers from operating, we'll see that 2023 is still relatively consistent, but 2024 and through 26, we see a pretty significant drop, about $150,000 drop. MSI, like we said, changing to the LGFF program. Unsure what that will look like as far as operating grants look like from the province. So a little bit of uncertainty on that, but so we're projecting that won't continue. The 150,000 we do receive in MSI operating won't continue, but it may. So we don't fully know yet. I want to talk about investment income. Our budget here, it does go up, but it's probably still conservative. We do try and budget conservatively on investment income. Lots of changes, and we'll talk about that a little bit in that market just in another page. Then what I'll talk about here is equipment rental income. So I've talked about that one a lot in the past, where that's truly just an internal revenue, an internal expense that's shown here for your information, and the costs are actually allocated into the individual departments. But we do see an equipment rental income of 3.3 million, equipment rental expense 3.3 million. So it does clear itself out, but just for council's information that's in there. Looking at the expense side overall here, some of just a couple of key points that we'll see as trends throughout the budget. Administration budget has gone down. It hasn't really. What's happened, the total budget hasn't gone down. What happened is that as far as our accounting treatment of IT costs, IT is now costed to each individual department to get a better understanding of what the department level service costs are. So it used to be fully costed into administration, now broken out. So that's what's causing that drop in administration. Planning and development, a large increase in expenses. It's actually driven by an offsite levy revenue expectation, so that revenue comes in and it's forwarded straight to the reserve. So it's a revenue increase and an expense increase. We'll see it when we get to the planning and development side, but it's not a true 30% increase to planning and development cost. It's a revenue increase that's causing an expense increase. The other one that we'll talk about just a little bit here, economic development, we see large increase in that budget. New position came in that council approved recently, so that's what's causing the large increase in economic development. Overall, I think if we look at the bottom line here, projections for the next 4 years, from 6.8 million in 23 as net income all the way up to 16 million in 2026. Again, that's holding assessment numbers status quo, assuming assessment doesn't change. We know we've got kind of upside risk and downside risk in assessment, right, depending on provincial policy, also offset by internal economic growth within the region. So we could have some upside or downside risk. Budget assumes that just stays status quo. When we look at page 19 is the revenue summary. Biggest takeaway here is the little pie graph there does show where the majority of revenue comes from. So we know that 82% of our total revenue is coming from property taxation, supplemented by the sale of goods, which is typically utility revenue and other revenues, at 8%, and investments currently do create, return on investments creates about 6% of your total income right now. One thing that I'll highlight too for this budget, utility rates, we aren't reviewing master rates today. We'll review master rates in the December meeting and then again set them, confirm them in January. But there's definitely undertones here through this budget that forecast where you're going to see master rates go. So we'll talk about a little bit of them as they kind of come up. Utility rates is one where we're projecting 2023 will hold relatively consistent, continue the previous 5-year plan, and then we'll be presenting next spring a new 5-year plan for 24 through 28 on utility rates. Any questions on just the overall summary or the revenue side?
Not seeing anyone.
Beautiful. And feel free, jump in anytime. All right, looking at the expense summary. So this chart at the top breaks expenses down by project type as opposed to by department. So obviously some of the biggest ones here, salaries and wages is going to go up just under 7%. When we look at the cost of living adjustment, which is embedded in here, it's included. Cost of living adjustment was 5.8%. The idea behind cost of living adjustment is very simply $1 in yesterday's terms compared to $1 in today's terms to keep it equivalent. So that's the majority of that increase. The additional increase there, the other 1.2%, would be from the additional positions that council approved throughout the year, now coming into effect.
And that's in policy.
True, yes, that is in the compensation policy. COLA is stated in the compensation policy. Any questions over that? Everyone's comfortable? Okay. The other two other ones that I want to just highlight from the expense summary is the interest on the county's debenture. So we talk about this one often. It's always brought up at the audit time as well. But this is the county's loan that was taken in 2015 in regard to the water line that was ran east of the city all the way out to Walsh. The total loan was $12 million. We've got about $6.6 million remaining. Unfortunately, this is a loan where there isn't a lot of benefit to prepay it or to pay it out early. You do pay a penalty equal to the present value of the total loan, so not a lot of benefit for us to prepaying that. Fortunately, though, when we look at our debt limits, the debt limit is calculated at, I'm sure you've always all wondered, but it's calculated at 1.5 times total revenue. So as our revenue continues to go up, so we're not looking at the net income, we're just talking total revenue. So as revenue continues to go up, your debt limit continues to go up. So really what we're saying, even though we did approve the $10 million line of credit at last meeting, and that does hit that debt limit, still a lot of room in that debt limit if the county ended up in a position where we absolutely wanted to take on financing for a project. Not that we're recommending that, just that to know that's available.
Not recommending.
The other one I wanted to talk about on this page is depreciation, and not so much in the concept of 2023, but when we look ahead to 24, 25, and 26, we do see large increases in depreciation. We talked about at the capital meeting the number of kind of controlling that $10 million per year. So where you see a capital effect or capital spending effect is on your operating budget is through depreciation, annual depreciation, right? The more capital projects we do, the higher annual depreciation gets, the higher the annual operating expense gets. So when we look at 22, we're actually carrying about $13 million in projects over from 22 to 23, plus the $10 million council previously approved last meeting, means we'll do about $23 million in construction in 2023. So we'll see now an effect in 24 as that operating budget jumps up on the depreciation side in 24, 25, and so on as we keep doing capital projects. Page 21 has another wonderful graph. There is a bit of an error on it. It does say revenue breakdown, I believe, at the top. It should say expense breakdown. This is an expense breakdown by department, just for everyone's information there. When we look at the total expenses, about 60%. So when folks ask kind of where does my dollar go, that's what this graph is really telling them, right? About 60% goes towards public works between road maintenance, waste management, and water and sewer delivery. About 13% is just general admin, corporate services, or general admin. That includes all the administrative staff, CAO, finance, assessment, those types of departments. Fire and emergency services is 8%, and then municipal services being ag, planning and development, economic development, various other FCSS coordination, those types of items make up the remaining 20%. Comments or questions before we move on to reserves? Beautiful. All right. So reserves is one that we've talked about a lot, that asset management, which is the new program that we've taken on, does focus on. It really looks at what's the right balance to have in reserves, what's the right time to have that cash flow, what's the right time for future development, where are we going, where is that development needed. And so each of the reserves have different targets kind of built in within ADM 33. It does provide a description of each of them below. If we look at page 23 there, it does show the graph of how the reserves have grown over the last 5 years. So we've gone from about, I think it's about 89 million in 2018, and then all the way to about 105, 107 million in 2023. With the revenue going up, if we expanded this table, we would expect reserves to continue to grow up, but obviously it depends on what projects overall council decides to do over the next 2, 3, and 4 years. Looking at, if we go back to page 22, I know, sorry, that we're going backwards. Everyone wants to move forwards, but we're going to go back a page. But looking at just a couple of the reserve balances here, each of them are moving. So I don't want to spend too much time on them, but I do want to give council kind of a rough idea of kind of where we're sitting on different things. Some of the key ones here, the final mile internet reserve is one that we are proposing to contribute to. This is the first time a contribution has been made to that reserve in probably 7 or 8 years. And the idea here is that this will let us respond to that broadband or to the internet services, which is kind of a new vision or a new direction identified in the strategic plan that we need to focus on getting rural internet and improving those services. So this contribution will allow us to be able to respond to that as that arises.
Shane, you got a question?
Couple. I said I wasn't going to speak today, but I gotta. On administration equipment fund, in your writing, says funding is provided through an annual transfer, but yet it shows on your reserve fund summary here, we're not going to be adding anything to that fund this year. I was wondering why. And then, yes, I think we should quadruple, if not more, for the internet, since I didn't have internet all last night again. So it's becoming it's really frustrating. I had it at noon, and then not last night. And we phoned and buggered around with ExploreNet, and finally, after an hour and a half, they said, yeah, we may have to send out a technician. And I go, well, nothing happened. I mean, there was no wind, there was no snowstorm, there was no event. Yeah, it's frustrating. But first of all, I was just wondering how on that administrative equipment fund, it says we do it annually, but we're not. Just wondering why.
Yeah, it's through the chair. The reason there is so kind of a two-part answer. That would be that ADM 33. So the definitions here are taken from ADM 33, council's policy that has been approved. We will be bringing that policy back to you in December to be updated. We talked at the IT hardware plan last meeting. We said IT is being done a little bit differently, right? So it previously had been all IT hardware and software was funded from the reserve each year, and then a contribution was made to the reserve each year. So it was almost, we allocated 600 into the reserve, we pulled 600 from the reserve. So it's being just accounted for a little bit differently. And when we bring that policy back to you, there now is no need to make that contribution to that reserve based on the way the structure is being funded now.
We changed it around, remember?
Yeah.
So it's IT.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then with regard to with the internet study, we do get a little bit, just so you know, kind of if I change a number that we're allocating to a reserve, say I want to increase one, now basically we kind of maximize, when I go through it, we maximize what we can contribute. So now if I'm going to increase one, I more or less have to decrease another one.
One way to increase it is any surplus at the end of 2022. Council can allocate, I'm just going to say there's $1 million surplus, and one of the things you want to focus on is the internet, broadband, then put 750 into it, something like that. Would that be a plan that would be appropriate?
Because last year we actually did that, but we put it into
To the-
purchasing of lands or buildings.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Lloyd?
For unexpected expenses that run like 2.5 million, where does that money come from? If we don't budget for it?
yeah, so through the chair, again, kind of a two-part answer. The accounting for it, we basically have to specify what reserve. So say we were going to do another capital project. We'll just say we're going to build building X, and you guys, we didn't plan for it, but we come to June next year and council decides we're going to build building X. Basically, it's going to come from whichever reserve is applicable for that type of activity. So that's where the accounting side comes. The cash side comes from our investment portfolio. So that's where we'll look at, okay, do we need it? Are we better off to debt finance? Are we better off to redeem it from the market right now? And so that's where we talked about last meeting, how that cash flow projection, basically when we set those capital plans, that really dictates how then when we go into the July investment tender, how we align that investment tender. That really is the connection between those. Often not a concern for us to go out into the market and say we have to redeem something. Often we can. Unfortunately, with the number of rate hikes that the Bank of Canada has made this year, market doesn't sit as favorably for us. So difficult in 23 to do that.
And then operationally, say we have a disaster and we need an extra 4 million, same thing. If you're going to get an operating loan, if you're going to pull from, because any motion, just a motion of council can allocate these funds how you deem appropriate. So even operationally as well, you could do that too.
Up until this year with the interest rates or with the banking and everything, this was never a problem. They always, every quarter they'd bring in something and I'd sign for pulling out of this, going into the operating capital was never ever an issue. But because interest rates and everything right now, we really got to pay attention to. Yep.
Just to kind of supplement what Travis is saying, so when those emergencies come up, so Travis has really looked over the upcoming 10 years and has made investments, so those investments come due the day we're going to do those projects. So that money is invested for as many days as possible, earning as much interest as possible. So things come up and the plan gets changed, that's okay. But the idea is that we do a really good job planning forward so that we can get the most we can out of that money, if that makes sense.
Even for school requisition. So what Travis would do is, so quarterly we pay our school rec. So to maximize, he evaluates that cash flow need as well. So looking at 10 years into the future, even for our requisitions that we have to forward on.
Yeah. There's a lot of management goes on with that, figuring it out.
Yeah.
Because remember a couple meetings ago, we talked about we have an assertive investment portfolio. We do, because many don't, we always follow the MGA and follow our investment policy, but $2 million is utilized to offset operating. Other organizations don't have that assertive investment portfolio like we do. They would have it in GICs, short terms, those sort of things, but they don't maximize the interest revenue that they possibly could. So that's the importance of having a long-term strategy, so you can squeeze out every penny out of every dollar that you have.
So is that, I think Shane brought it up before, is that wise that we have that 2 million going into operational, or should we be budgeting to make sure that if you don't get any interest off of anything, this year, your operation's going to be short at the end of the year.
Through the chair, good question. Certainly a good pickup and a good site. I do want to offer that this year's net income, right, we're seeing it at about 6.8 million, and investment income is about 2 million. So it is contributing to the bottom line, but it's not the make or break. Not to say that if it was zero, we're still plus, right? We're still in the green. So the idea is that we want it to maximize return. We want to be able to maximize the dollars for our ratepayers, so that we're contributing as much back to them as we can to try and limit the burden that we do need from them. I think that that we're still in a good position. It does create that revenue. That 2 million does create the revenue. We're likely looking a little bit higher this year with rates going up, as well as our amount in the market is higher right now, right? So I mean, we're going to generate, like I say, that investment income revenue budget, probably conservative, probably more likely in that 2.5 to 3 million range that we'll generate this year. I think it's still prudent to maximize your dollars in the market the best that we can. We could hold more out of the market. As was discussed, though, this has never been a concern. And if I rolled the clock back 10 months when we talked with the chief economists, the major banks, in January they projected 3 rate hikes for 2022. We're now on 7 rate hikes, and they're projecting a minimum of 2 more to follow. And then we were expecting rate cuts in 23. We're now expecting rates to be frozen in 23 with a rate cut in 24. So although we're very on top of it, we work with all the chief economists, we work with all of our advisors the best that we can. We know that the market is still fluid and moving. It's participating in its own active market, right? So I think it's, well, even of the total portfolio, I think it's about 83% of the total portfolio that we have of our total 120 million is liquid. It's just unfortunately liquid at a loss today. So and it will still mature at its proper value. Like we know we won't actually lose a dollar in the end. We just have to be patient.
You have to write it out.
Yeah.
Write it out.
Any other questions?
Perfect. All right, just continuing on with a couple of the other reserves here that we do have. We've talked about reserve funding based on depreciation versus reserve funding based on replacement cost or future cost. When we look at there's a few that are going each direction, so just to highlight them. The water and sewer reserve, along with accelerated rehab, which focuses on physical infrastructure, typically roads and bridges, are 2 that are funded based on depreciation. Really, relatively simply, two factors. One is that as we develop more concrete long-term plans, that dictates to us what the overall need will be in those reserves, so we get more certainty and more clarity on those. And the second factor is, as we said, this is really as much as we can afford to contribute to the reserves. So if we had more capacity, you would see a bigger contribution. Obviously, in a dream world, we would contribute more, right? But this is the maximum capacity that it allows us to contribute based on current revenue. Others that are on actual replacement cost is the vehicle and equipment reserve, along with the fire equipment reserve, are on actual cost. The community aggregate payment levy reserve contribution is whatever we believe the market will derive for us. So at that 25 cents per unit, that's where that 227,000 comes from. Offsite levies, very similar. Whatever we expect to generate in offsite levies is directly contributed to the reserve. Many of the reserve withdrawals, you see we're not really talking about the reserve withdrawals today. Those are all established in those capital plans. When we approved the capital plans 2 weeks ago, those dictated or directed many of the withdrawals. Overall, the one takeaway on reserves is that in next year's budget, we will pull more from reserves than we will contribute. So we've been fortunate the last few years. We've driven up reserves. We see the graph go up. I do expect in budget 24, 25, and 26, you're again going to see that we're contributing more than we're withdrawing. But in budget 23, we are actually drawing a touch more from the reserves than we're contributing for the first time.
And that's the importance of a reserve, so you don't
That's
have
right.
this going on.
Yeah. Yeah, the alternative would be that you'd have to obviously increase tax rates to try and collect more revenue to offset the increased cost for the year. Any other comments, questions on reserves? Good. I will let RCA talk about contributions to organizations.
Thank you. So on page 24 and 25 is contributions to other organizations. Cypress County is very generous in providing funding to others. And Cypress County contributes more than $1 million to community programs annually, from community halls to rec centers to economic development initiatives, to 4-H, you name it. Cypress County is very much a positive contributor into our community. And so the total 2023 municipal contributions, so on the bottom of page 24, it has emergency services and community donations, $339,620. Contributions to the community, $230,400. FCSS, $10,250. Economic development and community memberships, $80,530. And community contribution and recreation funding, that's rec policy 2, and that's on page 25. The individual contributions to come out at $1,050,800. And in the past, we've expanded it a bit. We just did kind of a chart, but we broke it out more so you can, so when someone says, well, the county doesn't contribute. Well, the county is truly, what is the county? The county is our people. And so the contributions that are given out are to our people. And on page 24 and 25, that shares how much is contributed. Any questions, guys?
Pretty straightforward. We approved it all the way through. It's just nice to see it all in one package.
And halos in the background, looking good. All right.
Okay. All right. So the next 14 hours of presentations will go through all the individual departments.
You got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, 4 minutes. 4 minutes per department. Okay. So the next section, as we talked about, the budget's broken down into different sections. So these kind of the remaining pages go through all the individual departments. I'll kind of highlight a few things on each page, and if council has any questions, definitely jump in, or if there's specific objectives you'd like to see identified or addressed, then certainly feel free to offer any insight. We'll look at legislative services first, which is just your general government, or the general revenue that we're able to generate. So biggest portion here is property taxes, and I said that we'd talk about property taxes in a minute. So what we're looking at is year 3 of council's 5-year tax rate strategy plan coming into action here. The overall plan proposes new tax rates for each of the 4 kind of key areas, so residential, farmland, non-residential, and small business. When we look at residential, the proposed tax rate is set to not increase again in year 3 for residential properties. It would stay as status quo. 2.855% is where we'd stay on residential property. When we look at farmland, we're looking at a 6% increase on farmland. It takes that rate to 5.08. 5.088, if anyone's really looking for decimals. The non-res rate would go up again 12.8%, which was as stated in the 5-year rate plan. Takes that rate to 8%, just over 8%. And the small business rate, which is at its maximum threshold, so the small business rate has to remain at 75% or more than the total non-res rate. Because we're at that total threshold, since non-res is moving up 12.8, small business also has to move up 12.8%. Small business defined as businesses within the community that have less than 50 employees and have registered with the county. Must have registered. If they don't, then they would be just subject to the non-res rate. Other key ratios here, we look at the non-res to res ratio. So the MGA says that the maximum ratio is 5-to-1. Your non-res rate can't be more than 5 times of your residential rate. In 2023, we'll be at 2.8-to-1. It goes up each year, so we're at 3.18 in 24, and in 26, by the end of the 5-year rate plan, we're at 4-to-1, just over 4-to-1. Some other key items in this budget is that not included in that total amount above is the provincial requisitions that we also have to levy. So that 30 million is truly just municipal revenue. We will collect more than that from the ratepayers, including residents, non-res, small business, and farm. The requisitions make up an additional approximate $14 million in levies that the county will have to process. About 13 million, just over 13.25 million from Alberta School Foundation. Cash flow on that as we pay that quarterly. So at the end of each quarter, we make a payment to the province for about $3.5 million. Along with the designated industrial property requisition, about 200,000, 225, and seniors living will increase. It had been about 480. It's going up to 612,000 for 2023. Other keys here that, from a financial perspective, one of the things that we want to look at is just how healthy is the assessment base, how healthy, because that really tells us what future budgets will look like. So when we look at where is property tax revenue coming, dependent on the assessment base, about 37% of the assessment base is linear, while it generates 47% of your total revenue. So we see that, as we talked about, that non-res rate being a little bit higher than the residential rate. That's what kind of drives the differences in this graph, right, when we look at assessment compared to taxation. So when we look at total non-res items being linear, M&E, and machinery and equipment, we've got about 70% of the total assessment generating about 80% of the total tax revenue. When we look at farmland generates about 3% of your total assessment and 3% of your total tax revenue. Any comments or questions, thoughts on the tax rates and tax items of general revenue?
Steve?
Just for council's information on the tax rate side of things, Travis had mentioned the residential property, considering our 20th percentile methodology. Residential our rate has always stayed at that 20th. Farmland, if council approves those rates, then farmland will hit its 20th percentile 1 year early in the program. And with the proposed rates, non-residential would end up at the 15th percentile. So we're seeing that plan start to come to fruition. So just for info.
All right. Next budget is council's budget, page 27. Okay, so overall, we see council's budget as far as wages and salaries, it does come down next year, about 4.8%. Council, we aren't actually reducing it, it's just being adjusted to align with historical actuals. So it's really dependent on how many meetings get attended by council. Obviously, we know what the regular council month to month is, it just depends on how many meetings get attended each year. So we did adjust this to align with the historical actuals. And the other large change that you see on council's budget is an increase to materials and goods and supplies. We've actually included the promotional items, which were, I think, first mentioned in budget 2020. They have actually been included now and as an annual allowance for administration to purchase promotional items and ensure that we have an inventory of those that can be maintained. The only other change that we see here is contract services does come down. When we looked at budget 22, it did have additional dollars for strat planning, consultation, as well as the urban study and urban development study in there. Those aren't in budget 23. To Councillor Want's question earlier, if Councillor were to come up with a less than $50,000 expense, Council does have $50,000 in the budget that you guys can allocate as you see fit throughout the year as smaller items arise. Doesn't give you the full $2.5 million, but gives you a little bit of room as just single items come up throughout the year. one thing kind of in the information below, just wanted to highlight the 2021 census numbers do show a population of 7,972. That was a 1.6% increase over the past 5 years, just for council's general info.
Is that right? Is that number actual? How many people are here?
So some municipalities believe that the census that was completed and performed was not accurate, but those are the numbers that are released by StatsCan. So there is discussion on that, and but we'll take a positive.
That's what I was wondering, is if you were using StatsCan's numbers or if you were using the Alberta Treasury Board. Because Shortgrass were still going by 2016 numbers because nobody can agree on which ones to use.
Yeah, and those are the StatsCan ones. And some municipalities so the province allows municipalities to do their own census and submit those numbers. Those are municipalities that have seen like -5 on their growth. But we have a positive increase, so we'll stick with that, if that works for you guys. Yeah, and several municipalities do their own census. Yeah, you have to do a bylaw and start that process. I think it's in March, but.
Yeah, I realize that, but there's, like for Shortgrass, we can't use the municipalities' numbers. They're telling us we can't use StatCan numbers. So I was just curious if anybody else is having that same difficulty.
Disagreements in the province.
There sure is.
Sorry, Dustin, go ahead.
It's not really important, but I just figured out a fun fact. So when a ratepayer tells you that they pay your wages, you can give them the exact number based on the budget and the census. It's $7.80 per resident that they pay for our wages.
For council.
Yes.
Boy, doesn't that make you feel cheap?
So, Mr. Chairman, we have a delegation coming in at 11. So would it be cool if Travis finishes up council and then we have a little break and then the delegation?
Nope, get the whole thing done. Yes.
On the council budget, do you guys have any questions?
Don't think so, it's pretty straightforward. Everybody's good with it? You can ask whatever you want, Shane. That's your own rule, we haven't silenced you yet. Give him that bullying number. So I think he's bullying me.
We could probably get through finance and IT
We
fairly.
can take a break.
Okay.
Come back. I hear everybody needs a smoke before 11.
Not that we need a break from you, Travis, it's just,
So we're ending off, we'll come back on page 28 then?
you're doing it.
Yep, you betcha.
You're doing a great job, Travis.
Call the meeting back to order. Everybody can take their seats. Okay. All right, we have a delegation for 11 o'clock. Geez, we're close to being on time. That's unusual for us. The floor is yours, ladies.
This is fancier than Medicine Hat. Whoa. Thank you, Reeve, Hamilton, and Council for having us here today. We really appreciate the time to be able to come in before you, just to let you know a bit about the Women's Shelter and what we do, and specifically about Family Violence Prevention Month, which is this month as well. I know. So just to give you a little bit of a nutshell of what services we do have, we run an emergency shelter called Phoenix Safe House. It's a 30-bed, 21-day emergency shelter, primarily for families and individuals experiencing family violence, a short stay sort of shelter. But while you're there, you are provided with support from a support worker and a family support worker to work with your children, as well as obviously a bedroom and a safe place to be for that time being. We find a lot of the families that come into that shelter are totally in a crisis state and just need a safe place to hide out, literally. And so don't tend to stay very long, but we do have the option for them to stay for a couple of weeks, and we have extended that as necessary. It does get pretty full at that shelter, as there is a high demand for family violence supports right now in the community, but that is one that is open 24/7 as well. Right next to that shelter, we have a second stage shelter called Musasa House. It's a longer term stay shelter, and women and their kids can live there for up to a year. So what they are 2-story townhouse buildings, 3 bedrooms, so we can accommodate any sort of configuration of family, really. We've had moms with 1 child, we've had moms with 7 kids, so we try to be as creative as we can. That place is great in the sense of it just gives somebody a place to be where they can come in and lock the door and be safe. And we've had lots of feedback from women who come in and are just overwhelmed that they can lock the door and be safe with their kids. We have a great partnership with the local food bank, the Root Cellar, where they stock the pantry and make sure that it's all food and it's ready to go when they walk in. They're also fully furnished units, so moms don't have to worry about that stuff, because we know often they're not coming with anything. We are the only second stage shelter south of Calgary, so it is a big catchment and a big reach area, and we do get a lot of requests for people coming from up north who really want a change of pace and just need to get out of Dodge for safety reasons, and as well as local families. So most of the families that stay at the second stage stay for about 9 months to a year, and then do tend to transition into the community. So we do have a great partnership with the local college, Medicine Hat College, to provide bursary support if there's needs of upgrading or things like that. Sometimes what we find is a barrier for women is being able to make it on their own as a single mom all of a sudden, and barrier would be that, and being able to provide for their kids, and especially right now with the cost of living being so high. So we want to really reduce as much as we can. So sometimes we find it's like, mom might have all the courses for a healthcare aid and is just missing one course that she just didn't get to. And so having that opportunity is a great opportunity for them to be able to do that and feel that they can provide for their kids, and that sometimes they feel like the only option is to go back to the partner, which is not safe at all. So this kind of gives them a little bit of a different option in terms of making choices. One of the other great things that we have is focus on the children. We focus heavily on children at both shelters and in all our programming, as we know that we really want to try to break the cycle of family violence. We know that kids are impacted by family violence from a very early age. We know that babies in utero can also be affected, and we know that it affects brain development in the long term. And so we really want to try to intervene as earlier as possible to break that cycle and to make sure those kids are as safe as possible and know how to survive in those situations, sad as that is. So when kids come into either shelter, they're attached to a family support worker, and that worker would work with mom and the kids, or dad and the kids, to support them to make sure that they're learning how to be safe. As well as we run youth programs and teen programs, and so that's a lot of the work we do in terms of an outreach capacity. Kids come in to see us as well in that way. And our third building is our Ridge building, which is our outreach services building. And so we used to run a homelessness program, Housing First program, in partnership with Medicine Hat Community Housing out of that. Right now, we're just focusing on outreach services. So we have two partnerships, one with the police service, which is called SFIT, Safe Families Intervention Team, which basically means that when police attend to a domestic, within 24 to 48 hours, we will have somebody from the shelter calling them to check in on them to provide services and support. We are open to speaking to the victim and the perpetrator at that point in time. If they're open to receiving help, we do offer help, and we do offer a program called Time for Change that has been really successful with people wanting to change their abusive habits and behavior. So we have that partnership, and that's been a great partnership. We've been doing that for quite a few years, and we just recently, last November, I guess, started a partnership called DART, which is a partnership with Alberta Health Services and working with regional hospitals, so specifically Medicine Hat and with Oyen right now. And that's a similar kind of thing where if somebody presents to the emergency room and is indicating that they are suffering from family violence or have been, hurt in some capacity, the nurse, charge nurse, or whoever is on can call our staff, and somebody will respond within an hour to the shelter in person in Medicine Hat. Over the phone in Oyen, it takes a little longer to get there, but just to make sure that they're safe, and if they do want to come into shelter, or what we can do to support them. So we know that the hospitals are seeing a lot of that. It's been tricky with COVID because they're screening for COVID more than anything right now, but we do know that they're seeing a lot of family violence, so we just wanted to get on top of that. So part of our programming also focuses around 24/7 support. It's not a 9-to-5 kind of business, family violence, as you can imagine. So we do have a helpline, and we've always had that helpline, which is run 24/7 with staff from the shelter. And just recently we launched a text line and a web chat line to be able to connect with a crisis worker at the shelter. And so we started it in June with just some daytime hours to see what the response was, and it's been a really great response. So we noticed during COVID what happened was people who were stuck at home, usually with their partners who might have been the abusers, were not in safe situations. And before, when they were able to pick up the phone and call us for help, they weren't able to because they were at home with abusers. So it would have been really great, is what we heard, is if we could have just texted you or chatted with you online and things like that. And so we launched it in November, and it's been really great feedback, not just for people who can't make calls, but even just for people who sometimes just picking up the phone is quite daunting to be able to ask for help, and walking in the door is quite overwhelming as well. And so sometimes it's just really great if they can just, drop a chat quick and send a quick text. And so we've had really great referral support from that and good feedback from that. So it's the same services as our helpline. It would be a way to find out if they were ready to come into shelter or access to any of our programming. So yeah, we're really excited about that new way to be a little bit more accessible to people. This was DART. I did DART today. Thanks. Our numbers continue to stay pretty consistent. We served about 1,400 people total last year. The number that is of relevance to me, and that is that 343 of those were children. It's a lot of kids to come through for services. That's a lot of kids to be impacted by family violence. And what we know is, for all those people that we did see, these numbers, there's lots we're not seeing. We know that there's a lot of people still not reaching out for help and not coming in when they need to. And that's what we're always trying to sort of get on top of and try to figure out different ways to do an earlier intervention and to get to people before it becomes a chronic sort of, this is what we live with in our house kind of thing. So we're just really trying to be mindful of that, but our numbers continue to be pretty steady, and that's sort of what we expected. They were high before COVID. COVID didn't help, and now I think the fallout from COVID and cost of living, all the extra things that people are dealing with, are affecting just your regular families. Like I say, people who don't have family violence at home are struggling to just make ends meet and figure things out, and we're seeing a lot of newer families that we never saw before reaching out for help in those capacities, and so we are just anticipating that we'll probably continue to be quite steady going forward. Some of the rural challenges that we see, so we're called the Medicine Hat Women's Shelter Society, but we have quite a huge catchment area, and we do serve in Cypress County, 40 Mile, we extend out to Brooks and Bassano, we go up to Oyen. We are all over the place. We do get a lot of families from Maple Creek as well. And so some of that is what we know, and you probably know this just as well, is that there are higher rates of police-reported family violence in the rural areas, and there's just different unique challenges. And so that's some of the things we saw during COVID as well, is that families not being able to reach out. And so I always say this, one silver lining out of COVID is that we realized that we had to pivot to figure out how to get people in who were in rural areas and how to figure it out. So Zoom's been a blessing, phones have been a blessing, and so the text line will be even better. And so all those ways really helped us to be able to connect with people who are geographically, physically just not able to come in for services. Some of the struggles we find that we hear a lot from families is because the rural areas are closer knit communities, that it's not about 6 degrees of separation, it's kind of like 0.5 degrees of separation. Everybody knows everybody's business, and so there's a lot of lack of privacy around that. And so some of that is the struggles that people identify. Firearm ownership is always a scary thing to us in terms of risks of lethality. A lot of women report when we do a danger assessment with them that their partners do own guns, and that is fearful for them in those domestic violence situations. I talked about geographical barriers is also tricky in terms of accessing services. You forget how far things are. That's not my slide. You don't want me to talk on that. So some of the struggles we see in places like Bow Island and things like that is human trafficking. We're seeing a lot of the Mexican Mennonite families. They've identified a lot of human trafficking concerns around that. So trying to deal with that and some of the cultural barriers around that is been some challenging, interesting conversations. I know the FCSS staff in those areas do a lot of work with them as well. Police are reporting that family violence is continuing to increase in Canada. We know that it's something that we're not going to be, Peggy and I are not going to be out of a job anytime soon, because we're still talking about it, sadly. And so we're just trying to be as creative as we can to be able to offer supports as needed for families, in all our areas. Some of the challenges that we see for our clients, and you probably see this with your families that you work with as well, is housing affordability and availabilities. A lot of times women come into shelter, they don't want to go back to that situation, but they can't afford what's out there right now, and rents are high, and income support and AISH have not been indexed to kind of match that, and so our families are really struggling with what affordability really means for them. We work really closely with the local food bank. They're making 900 lunches a day for their brown bag program. So we know that people are really hurting in terms of being able to make those decisions. So sometimes they are having to make those decisions between rent and food, or, staying or going. And so some of that is really just complicating measures. Increased cost of living, of course, tied into that. One of the things that we're really struggling with, and this has been really steadily increasing since COVID, is a definite increase in people who are struggling with mental health, and on top of that, all substance use. So it's really requiring us to work as a really good system of care in our community to make sure we're supporting in all levels to be able to get people the help that they need. But sometimes we can't even get to what the family violence issues are because they're dealing with such high levels of mental health struggles, which is, of course, to be understood given what they're going through anyways, but just all the other things that are on top of it. So we've been really working well with communities. That's partly why we're out here today too, to just be able to say, here we are and this is what we do, and please let us know how you think we can partner better with local communities to make sure that we are available and accessible and people know where to come and not stay in unsafe situations. Is that my last slide? Yes, that's my last slide. So we're just busy with Family Violence Prevention Month. We do a lot of things around Medicine Hat and just try to extend it out to the rural communities. Peggy, do you want to talk about your webinars?
Sure. So one of, is it working? Okay.
No, you had it on. There you go.
Absolutely. So one of the things we have now held, this is our third year for Family Violence Prevention Month, is a series of webinars. We know in Medicine Hat and rural areas, it's often a challenge to access training and connection to other agencies and learning. You know, we all just can't take off to Calgary for a few days to to take training. So we have had a number of webinars already this month, and we're heading into our final week. So we have our SFIT team presenting today. We have a presentation from Samus Immigration next week and SafeLink next week as well. But the idea is really just getting people to connect with these agencies. Everything is connected. You know, immigration services are connected to family violence. SafeLink, which is a harm reduction agency, which often deals with HIV, and substance use, they're connected with family violence as an issue. So we've seen some really positive things, and it's all free. They're typically only an hour long, and so if people want to learn more, we really suggest signing up for them and connecting with us that way as well. And that's we're wrapping down the month, but we also have December 6th, which is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, that vigil coming up as well on December 6th at Medicine Hat College, which you all are invited to as well. It's 5:30 in the evening. That's our big events for the final few weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's our presentation, so if you have questions, we'd be happy to answer anything.
Does anybody have any questions? Right. Okay.
Question on, is it on? Yep. Question on funding. Where does it, most of it come from? Is it?
Our core funding comes through the provincial government, through Ministry of Social Services. That's the bulk of it. We do get some FCSS funding locally through the city of Medicine Hat. We have funding, we have a lot of grant funding. So we get some funding for United Way. Like we have a daycare on site for the families to use while they're in shelter. So we get funding through United Way to help support some of that staff. We get some funding through Community Foundation. They're helping us with launching our text line right now. So that's helpful for that. We get some money through Victims of Crime, through Department of Solicitor General, that helps us fund our SFIT program, the program with the police. So it's kind of classic nonprofit. It's kind of piecemeal together, but it's a little bit of that. But the bulk is the government funding, absolutely. So,
What's your budget? Like,
my overall budget's just over $3 million a year. So that's for that many families. We have about 40 to 45 staff to run all our different programs. Yeah, so it's a tight budget, but we try to keep to it.
Interesting. Very well presented to us.
Thank you, Reeve Hamilton.
So my opening numbers there, those numbers are getting pretty high. Especially on the kids side, that's.
Yeah. I think people are surprised sometimes to hear that those are local numbers. Like that is actually what's happening in your community. It's not about numbers in Calgary. These are 343 of your kids that you probably know that are hanging out at our shelter, right? So, yeah.
Dustin?
Just out of my curiosity, what would your numbers be like compared to Calgary? Is it like population dependent, where the numbers are that much higher in places like Calgary? Or?
Our numbers have been pretty steady for a while, but I still hold firm to say like that's a lot for a community of our size. I still think that our numbers are pretty high. Calgary will report to you that they have a lot more turnaways and things like that their shelters get quite full to capacity. There's more shelters in Calgary too. There's not just one, but we try to be creative in terms of not trying to turn away people, or we have good partnerships with Brooks and Tabor, which is sort of our sister shelters. So if we are ever at that sort of situation, we could send them there and vice versa. So we try to do things like that.
Go ahead, Keith.
So I'm just a little curious. You have a number of teenagers, I take it, that contact you. Are they coming to you independently of their parents, or are they coming with a parent, or like, I'm a little bit curious, because I know you deal with a lot of women and kids, but the flip side is sometimes it's the mother that's abusive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so, like, where does that leave the kids if dad can't help because courts won't let him,
Right.
and mom's the abuser? Where does that leave the kids?
Yeah, so two points to that. One, our shelter is open for anybody who's experiencing family violence, not just women. So we have a lot of dads who come in with their kids who are actually in those situations where the woman is the abusive partner, and so dad leaves the situation with his kids and come into shelter. So we have that program. They can also access any of our programs in that capacity. So that's one. Two, the teenagers who do come in are usually come in with parents, because we do need some level of consent for them to come in, unless they're living independently, on their own in a dating relationship. So we also have really good partnerships with child and family services, where we do work with those kind of situations like that, where we recognize that the kids are not in a safe place, and it's not always it's not the stereotypic, the dad is the abuser and the mom is the victim. It's a flips kind of situation like that. And so that's why we decided a couple years ago to actually open our doors to make sure that dads could come in with kids too, because there's no safe place for them to go to. They're not, we do have a homeless shelter in town, but that's not supportive for kids, right? So that's exactly why we tried to sort of make sure that our services are much more inclusive in that way, to recognize that it happens both ways. Sorry. Yeah.
Any other questions? Again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Did you have something, Keith?
Okay, so if somebody wants to contact you directly to speak about a situation, how can we get hold of you?
Yeah, we should have had a slide with numbers up on it. Did you Peggy handed out stuff? Do you have it? Yes, we've given all the
We have it
yeah.
here,
Yeah, absolutely. All our information is there. Thank you so much.
Have a good day, ladies.
Thank you.
And if you have anything that you'd like us to put on your, on Facebook and that sort of stuff, just contact Leslie Ann. Yeah, she's the contact with, yeah, you betcha.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Can anybody, does it have to be an abusive situation? I've just recently learned, actually this morning, that a family, mom, dad, 2 kids, they're in trouble. But it's not an abusive situation. Could they still come to see you?
We are a family violence shelter, so basically our screening and our mandate from government is, we have to prioritize. So definitely it would be, if they were experiencing family violence, would be number one. But in situations like that, we have good partnerships with community housing or other social service agencies where that we can figure out where that family can go if it's not a good fit for them. They probably don't want to go over to the mustard seed shelter. So sometimes we are able to put them in a hotel or situations like that to keep them safe in the time being. So they could still call and we could still figure out some options.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
all I wanted to know.
Yep. We just never want people to not be in good situations. So, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
You can get, Mr. Chairman. So back to the budget, there were some questions on the tax strategy. And so Steve is going to just share about where we were, how we got there, and where we currently are. And I'm going to go get Travis.
Okay, so just for clarity on the tax rate strategy and the guiding principles, I'll do a brief history. Since 2016, through provincial policy, Cypress County is short about $4 million. And it was a matter of policy creep. We did $500,000, $500,000, $500,000, and that policy really kind of crept in to add up to a big amount. And it all came to a head in 2020 when the policy and the province announced, Alberta Municipal Affairs announced some very radical policy. That policy saw us losing about 24% of our budget and ultimately losing our autonomy, or sorry, council losing their autonomy to govern in a financially stable way. So that amounted to about an additional $8 million of loss. Now, at the time, we were operating with about 12 million. We'd seen $4 million cash creep in policy, and then we were going to get hit with another 8. Well, that's 12 million. That was about half of our budget. So just to show you the scale of why council adopted that 20th percentile. And Leslie Ann has up on the screen there the guiding principle. I could read it off there, Les, or you might have to hit it either a couple zooms or I can open it either way.
So, yeah, it just says Cypress County recognizes the need to plan and prepare for the future. Cypress County recognizes the landscape of municipal funding is changing, such as MSI ending, and then we don't know what's going to happen with LGFF, the new one. Cypress County recognizes the need to implement an appropriate adjustment to transition and adapt to the future changes to remain sustainable and viable.
So we knew our ability to fund was under attack, so we needed to take steps to take control. Council recognized that their ability to fund was under threat. Council took steps to make sure we were going to be around and we didn't have to hand the keys back to the province. And that's where this 20th percentile came in. Leslie Ann, I think it's a 2022 1104 tax rate farm. It's a Excel spreadsheet in the council folder, if you could pop that up if you don't mind. 2022 1104. Yeah. So right here, what we're looking at in this chart, it's merely a list of all the municipalities in Alberta and their respective tax rates. So we've got residential, farmland, non-residential, and small business if it exists. And so on this list, there's 63 or 62 municipalities. So the 20th percentile, all that means is that we slot in about line 15 or 16 on the sheet. So if we look at column D, that's where the two green lines stack together. You can see line 15 and 16. The 20th percentile currently exists between Wheatland and Lethbridge County. So if you line up all the municipalities, we fall 20th percent, right? Or in this case, it's actually 12th spot. According to 62, that's the way percentiles kind of go. Not to dwell on that matter, but that's our goal, that's our target. We want to end up at about 8.6, 9, we average that out, looks like about 8.8 is where we want to end up in a 5-year pattern. Same thing for res, we're already sitting at that 20th, and same for farm. If we move those rates in 2023, we'll finish up in that 20th percentile 1 year early. Unless on there's 2020, 09, 28. And the 20th, pardon me? Yeah, everyone dizzy. Thanks, Les. So this is a little bit of a nod to the past. At the time, council in 2020 would have looked at this proposal as to guide the principle that you saw earlier. So there was a few options presented in this diagram, and at the time, council said, yeah, we think we need to go 3-to-1. We need to take steps to protect our future, and this is how we'd like tax rates to be prepared in the future. Please bring us tax rates that look about like this. And so that's what we've been doing, and we're on that method, and it served us well. They paused the model review, so we didn't. In 2020, they paused it, so our 2021 tax year wasn't as bumpy as it could have been. But we know that day might repeat. So this is just getting ready for that very, very bumpy day when we get the bad news. So any other questions or thoughts or on the 20th percentile?
the bumpiness that he's talking about was a linear assessment that was brought to our table in 2020. We're still very much involved in trying to be at the table on making sure that doesn't change. Because if it does change and it goes the way that they want, it'll really put a wrench into just what we're trying to do for the 20 percentile. What are we at? $2.4 million a year we're losing right now on that 35%. It's a total of $8 million over the 4 years of them putting in the, or 8.5 million.
Yeah, the proposed policy would have been in the neighborhood of 8.5. But today, from policy creep, we're still 4 million short. Council's moved the tax rate, so we're about even. We're about square from what we've lost today. But still, that policy just kind of keeps creeping us down without ever doing a big enough step for us to say, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Excuse me, and also too, Mr. Chairman, 75% of our property tax revenue comes from non-res.
Yeah.
That's so, this was in response to that threat that was imposed on us.
And just to back up what Terrellyn's saying with some numbers, if we increase farmland tax by 1%, and it's a regulated assessment type, we will increase our revenue by about $7,600. So 1% increase to farm tax, about $7,600. If we raise our residential tax rate by 1%, it'll increase our revenue by about $39,000. And if we increase our non-residential tax rate by 1%, we'll see about $260,000. So you can kind of see the scale of those properties and the impacts that we have. So 1% increase on non-residential, how's my math? But that's about 40% increase to, no, 400% increase to farm. And we won't go down that path again, but but that's just to understand the scale of what Terrellyn's saying.
And then also too, so there was a special council meeting held July 28th, 2020 to address and discuss the threats that were among us and to get a strategy in place to ensure sustainability and viability.
Yeah, it was for the new council. Are you understanding what we're kind of, because even with us being involved in it in 2020, it took a lot of us a lot of time to go, well, what the heck is this? So if you have questions, don't be scared to ask them. There's no dumb question on this stuff because it's mind-boggling sometimes on how it all works and lays out. But if the government would leave the assessment model alone, we'd be okay. But if they keep changing that and keep playing with it, what it was in 2020, if we hadn't made the decision to change the way we did, the estimation from Steve was 6 to 10 years, we would hand the keys over to the government for Cypress County because we wouldn't be able to afford to operate this county anymore on the way the assessment was changing. So we hope we've done the right steps to get into that 20 percentile, and that's why it goes up so much each year. But again, we still have to stay in Edmonton and talk to them about that linear assessment because that's got to level out. Yeah, there it is. Is that what was given to us in 2020?
And also, to Mr. Chairman, part of the discussion was at the 20th percentile, we still want to be competitive. We want to be open for business. Being in the 20th percentile still allowed us to have that Cypress advantage.
Yeah. Any questions on it or any comments on it? No? Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everyone for joining in, and thank you to Councillor Ritz really for the question. Definitely, the budget ultimately, and just so everybody knows, the budget ultimately, although administration prepares it, it is ultimately council's budget. And so as you have questions or as things come up, definitely jump in, ask questions. If something doesn't quite make sense, certainly, like I say, it is your budget. So make sure that you do let us know, and hopefully we can help you understand and answer as they come up. Sure. All right. Is it better?
A little more.
Don't be scared, it won't bite you.
Well, I've got so many papers, I gotta have room to flip here.
Flip 3 at a time, it'll go
Plus-
quicker.
Plus, I was learning here, Adele was singing a song, "Going to Go Easy on Me," so I thought,
Here we
it
go.
can keep coming, like all day long, right? We can keep this going. Yeah, there we go. All right. Okay, we're on page 28. So we've got corporate services, finance and information technology is where we're at. Everyone's back in the same spot. Okay, so looking at revenue from finance and information technology, we've got a bit of a revenue coming in. So we've talked a little bit about changes in the IT structure, but we do still have that IT reserve transfer coming in. That's all the small hardware. So that's 147,000 coming from that reserve, as opposed to the 600,000 that would have been pulled from and contributed to the reserve in the past. Now it's a much smaller withdrawal from that reserve. When we look at user fees in finance and information, typically tax certificates are just small items that get sold over the counter. So, but ultimately, I mean, tax certificates, even that accumulates to $25,000 a year at $25 per tax certificate. So it does add up as those small items come together. Looking at expenditures, we've got contract and general services actually going down this year. Like we said, that's that change in IT now being costed out to the individual departments, which is about a $600,000 swing. So the question would be then, well, how come it doesn't go down by 600, only goes down by 100? So we do have still $200,000 that we've added to budget next year for potential interest costs on the line of credit. If it is needed, we have interest budgeted. Conservative budget on that interest would probably be $50,000, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't understate what that could cost, so it's in there at $200,000. Also includes $20,000 worth of software development, so we've got a variety. I think there's about 13 different software programs the county uses from each different department. So we've got some cash in there now to do software development and bring together more alignment between those different programs. And the other thing that we're seeing in budget 23 is about a 10% increase on the total cost of insurance next year. We work with RMA Insurance. RMA Insurance did hold their rates steady, but kind of similar to the way tax rates are calculated. We are still seeing a 10% increase. The idea there is the replacement cost of all of our infrastructure has gone up. So although they held the rate steady, since the replacement cost or the assessed value of the equipment went up and the infrastructure went up, our premium goes up. Any other thoughts or questions on just the general corporate services items? All good. On to assessment. Assessment revenue, we're projecting still about $150,000. Among other things, the main portion of this does come from external contracts. The county did recently bid on an RFP that was out for an external contract. We're assuming in this budget that those revenues will remain constant, but they could change, could be subject to change depending on how RFPs and other external contracts get awarded. So it could be subject to change there. Items that we're also seeing kind of on the expense side, big jump in contract services, jump in materials. This is kind of the first budget where we're now seeing that's that IT effect of those IT costs coming into this budget. So like we say, getting a much better idea or concept of what does an actual department cost us by allocating those IT costs direct to the department. When we look at contract services, it went from 50 to 85. That 50 is typically held in assessment in the case that we have large assessment appeals that need to be heard where external support is required. Luckily, the last few years we haven't had to draw on it, but we keep it in the budget in case it's needed. Any thoughts or questions on assessment budget?
I like the picture of Caroline's house.
Steve.
Yeah, and just a little bit of support and maybe kind of show how these everything kind of connects in a system or a loop. So as our tax rate gets higher and higher, the desire to appeal the assessment is going to get higher and higher because there's more at stake. So those type of things can work together. But
Okay. Seeing no other questions, on to the emergency management budget. So when we look at the emergency management budget for the Emergency Coordination Center, we've got a little bit of an increase on contract services. Really, these are just driven through as events arise. There's nothing planned or expected in the contract services. It's just as items come up. In an ideal world, that's zero, but may be needed. Little jump in travel and training next year. We are expecting to do a tabletop exercise in '23. Could bring, our Director of Emergency Management maybe knows a little more of that one, if we're looking to bring multiple organizations together, municipalities together, or if it's going to focus on Cypress County specifically. But ultimately, I think we are looking for provincial funding as well for that training. Hasn't been budgeted, but with any luck, we're able to obtain some external funding as well for that type of training. This is where your contributions to HALO and CSAR are in this grants to individuals and organizations budget here. So that's your $25,000 a month that we contribute to HALO, along with the $5,000 that we give to CSAR. The CSAR one was, I think both of those actually were 5-year agreements at the time. So we're assuming that they're going to carry on all 3 budget years or all 4 budget years presented. But in 25 and 26, council will have to reevaluate that to confirm again that we want to continue those contributions. All good? All right. The good news here is now we're into municipal services, so you're at the halfway point of the total budget. We said there's 5 sections. This is section 3 of the 5, so we're getting there. Okay, when we look at municipal services, we've combined municipal services, bylaw, and health and safety all together here. The revenue that's collected is typically fines issued. The county does get a portion of RCMP fines as well issued on county roadways. Comes to about $30,000 a year is what we typically see. When we look at salaries and wages, a little bit of a jump there, not so far beyond what we would expect. Contract and general services, this is another large jump, really again here, $14,000, but the biggest contribution to that is that IT cost being shown now in the departments as opposed to all in administration. So like we said, total IT cost in the year is about $600,000. It's about $200,000 in hardware and $400,000 in software, and that's what we're seeing now built into the individual departments. The A-Park contribution came up at last council meeting, so just pointing that one out, that's in this budget here. We do give $15,000 a year to A-Park under a funding agreement, which is specific to dogs and canines. That doesn't necessarily cover cats at this time. One that we'll point out is a very large increase is purchases from other government. We're seeing here the RCMP cost has gone up. This was expected. It did jump in 22 more than expected. We had budgeted 22's cost at $350. It actually came in at $480, and we're expecting another 20% increase or 25% increase on that number. So we are expecting the cost in 23 to be $600, and it does climb to $750,000 is what we've been told to expect by the end of this 4-year budget cycle. There is a graph on page 37 that will show that a little bit more detail as well. Just the growth of that fee.
So it says RCMP Enhanced Officer Program. It's actually a police costing model.
So that's what they expect us at, is 750,000?
At the end, yeah, in 26. Yeah, April 1st of 26.
Well, we really need to get in and see, because that, we couldn't talk to them at the canine level, but we need to find out where the ticket sharing goes on that, because they're double dipping on that. If we're paying for the RCMP and they're handing out tickets on it.
So we're working on seeing what the detachment cost is, and then the contributors, because Town of Redcliffe contributes significantly as well. So trying to figure out what the detachment cost would be and doing figuring what would be an appropriate cost share. So we're working on that on me and Leslie and trying to figure out what the detachment costs are.
The Town of Redcliffe, I think, contributes 1.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
You know, with the shock of that cost going up so much, something that we've been, as administration's been putting our mind to, is actually separating out the policing cost as a separate tax rate on the form, and if council would like, that's something that we can propose in the tax rate bylaw when it comes back in May, is actually having a separate rate for the policing. It'll all come in the same bill and everything, but just it'll be represented separate.
That's amazing how much them police officers make.
Mr. Chairman, even to even further our director's comment, when we kind of break that down, similar to the comment made earlier on what's the cost per resident, if we take the Stats Can number and assume that's correct, we're looking at in 2021, it was about $40 per resident, and we'll go all the way to $94 per resident in 26, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Has anybody heard any
Hold on.
actual numbers on the Alberta policing model yet?
Well, the Price Waterhouse report had some in there, but they weren't,
Well, I mean, real ones.
yeah, I haven't heard, I would say not real ones. I haven't. If they're, yeah.
Yeah, well, that was kind of my question. So that was if the RCMP model stays basically the same, they're raising it, but it's got nothing to do with any provincial police force plan that they have. It'd be,
Well, in the Price Waterhouse report and in the meetings that I believe Richard and Michelle attended, there was overtures that municipalities will continue to participate and provide perhaps infrastructure like detachment buildings or those sort of things. So I don't think that for the information that I've seen, if they do in a provincial police force, municipalities are going to still have to ante up.
more than the 750,000.
I don't think it'd be lower.
That was my question, like, was like,
I don't think it'd be any lower. Yeah, I don't think it'd be any lower.
they're looking for office buildings in Schuler to use. Well, have fun with that.
Once the cost is there, it's not going down. They won't reduce it by a whole bunch. It'll never, if we get to 750, it'll never drop down to 600 again, ever.
Agreed.
Okay, go ahead, Trev.
Not advocating for it, but just so others, because not everyone gets to read it, the document that they put out that states their funding formula has a very clear line in it, which is to say the cost of the service delivery is not, to each municipality, is not meant to be representative of the value derived from the benefit offered, meant to be more holistic and provincial versus regional and dependent on the regional service delivery. So, just so folks know.
So like taxation. So we gather it's for the better of everyone, of the group, of the whole.
All right, going back just one page to page 36, which is covered in that municipal services budget as well as health and safety. So nothing specific to identifying health and safety, but wanted to kind of draw attention to a couple of things that have gone on in 22 and things that will happen in 23. In 22, one of the big policies that we did pass was the risk management policy. Focuses on what's the likelihood of a risk occurring and what's the impact of that risk, and then what preventative measures can the county take to address the risk. So that was still something that administration works to adopt and implement really from north to south of the building and north to south of the county is that full policy. Other big achievements in the year, we do receive, although insurance price has gone up, administration participates in the Risk Pro conference, which is RMA's insurance conference each year, which provides us a credit. It's 2% of the total insurance premium, but in 2022 it was used to fund both, for those that have kind of covered the building, there's now an inventory control fence in place that controls inventory loss. So it funded that, the installation of that fence, and it also funded cybersecurity upgrades in 22. So just so council's aware of those as well. And in 2023, it is year 3 of our core audit cycle, so we will see the external audit in 23. Other good news stories in health and safety was our WCB claims have come down in recent years, so premiums have come down as well with that, based on a 3-year cycle. So other good news stories in health and safety. Okay, page 38 is where I'm at, fire services. So we've got a little bit of revenue coming from fire services. Just so everyone knows, we do typically we have an agreement with Alberta Transportation where they do the majority of our billing on our behalf. We work with them to bill them. They work with the affected individual or insurance company to collect on their behalf. Saves administration, Cypress County Municipal Administration, a lot of time and energy and effort going through collections route, as that AT takes care of the majority of that. So looking at the revenue, we do generate a little bit of revenue. When we look at salaries and wages, we have adjusted, so again, about an 18% increase in salaries and wages in fire services. This has really just been updated to align with what historically we've seen as costs. So we do have about 125 paid on-call volunteer firefighters, and it does result in a good amount of cost for the county each year. I think it's about 150,000 give or take a year. And so as we adjust that balance just to align with what we've historically seen, that's what we're seeing now is a little bit of an increase in that budget. The contract services budget increase, again, that one and materials, goods and supplies due to hardware and IT software that's being now allocated to this budget, along with the general inflation increase is the biggest portion there. For council's information, I know there's been some discussion around it's the tablets that are in some of the fire response units. Those are all scheduled to be replaced in 2023. So those are included in this budget. That alone is a cost of $40,000, increasing the contract services budget. Other things to note here, the purchases from other government, that's the county's contract with the city, where they do cover an 8-kilometer radius within the city and support Cypress County. The other one that I wanted to draw everyone's attention to was depreciation cost, again, in this department. As we kind of talked about a couple weeks ago, was a lot of this equipment has longer lives, right? They typically have 15 to 25-year lives on a lot of the fire and emergency response equipment. There's a good portion of it that's scheduled to be replaced in the next 5 years. As we replace that, we know that not only is the equipment more expensive, but it's at now today's price versus the historical price, which causes depreciation to go up, right? So the cost of those units coming in are much higher than what they historically have been, where if water or a fire engine was $300,000, they're now $550,000. So that will directly affect your operating budget via depreciation. Any thoughts or comments on fire services? Page 40 is planning and development. When we look at planning and development revenue, again, we're expecting a bit of a high revenue year for 2023, typically driven by off-site levies. That's the biggest portion here, but along with 4 other projects, council in 2022 updated the rates for development permits on solar and wind energy projects. Those are now $2,500 per title for a solar project and $2,500 per turbine for a wind project, with 4 projects expected to come forward in 2023. That's what's creating that large increase in revenue. One thing you'll see in final budget 2 weeks from now, I don't expect those will carry on in 24, 25, and 26. We'll still review that, but if you look here, it does carry on that projection, so budget 24, 25, and 26 revenue will probably come back down. Looking at the expenditure side, a little bit of a jump in salaries and benefits. Biggest reason here, we now have all of these positions in planning and development filled, although there's still one currently temporarily away on maternity leave, but all of the positions in planning and development are filled for the first time in quite a few years now. So that's what's creating that little bit of a jump there. Contract services budget 2022 included the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw. We're still seeing a jump in 23, even though those are done. 23's planning and development budget now includes $55,000 for the broadband study and $40,000 for Cavan Lake revitalization. So that's what's creating that increase in budget 23 compared to prior years, which I think council even has on the agenda later today. So we'll see that again.
See what happens.
Other one here, like I say, that the other revenue above is $580,000. We talked about how that really drives the reserve contribution. So when we look down below and see transfers to reserves, also at $580,000, that's where we said this budget, the expense side of this budget is going up significantly, but the revenue side is going up the equivalent amount. They're both going up $580,000. As that revenue is generated, it's contributed directly to the reserve and restricted for those off-site levy purposes. For those that council, a lot of councils had the opportunity to sit on MPC or the SDAB, so I think most are relatively familiar, but when the development permit or subdivision applications come in, the development permit can be approved by the development officer. Obviously, subdivisions can be approved by the municipal planner, but if not, they go to the Municipal Planning Commission for decision, and then the individual can either accept the decision or it can be appealed to the SDAB, the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and from there, farther appealed through the provincial courts if needed, if someone sought that. But if anyone's ever wondered what the planning process is, that's kind of the way it would go. County gets a development or a subdivision application, MPC or the planner or the development authority make the decision, and then on to the appeal processes if needed. Page 42 is FCSS. No significant changes on FCSS. This is a provincial funding model. For council's information, this is at council's preview to do this or not do it, just so you know, it's not something that council has to do each year. It's a program the province offers where they provide 80% of the funding to offer this type of program. The county or council then has to contribute the other 20%. So in our case, the contribution from the province is expected to be about $185,000. The municipality also adds about $45,000, which gives us a total annual budget of about $225,000, which we can use then for preventative programs in the community. What Cypress County has been able to do is work with a lot of community organizations. We've got a lot of long-term and consistent partnerships that have been carried from year to year. It lets a lot of these dollars go directly to the benefit of the program versus being tied up in administration or tied up in say wages or salaries being used for this. It goes right to the programs that are needed to be provided. There's one item in this budget that is not FCSS eligible, but it's included here. Cypress County does contribute just under $3,000 a month each month to the root cellar, or previously the Medicine Hat Food Bank. It's intended to be a benefit to the county residents who may or may not also use that service, so that's also embedded in this. So if we looked, I did say the total cost is about $225. It ends up being a little bit more than that because we do also include that food bank contribution in this budget as well. Any thoughts on FCSS? Page 44 is agriculture services. So ag services, we will talk more about the first meeting in December here. The meeting in December, we'll bring a presentation forward on master rates and utilization of ag equipment, rental equipment. So we'll dive a little bit deeper into that. I'll give some just highlights here today, but we will dive deeper in on ag service rental equipment at that time. For everyone's kind of general knowledge, about $40,000 of that $60,000 or $57,000 in revenue from user fees is generated from equipment rental. The other $20,000 is in contract services, so it might be contract spraying that the ag department does for different producers or users in the region. When we look at the government transfers, a little bit of a change year over year in this. The government did the provincial government reworked the way that they administer all of the Ag Service Board funding contributions, but overall they ended up relatively in the same region or same rough value. There's about $140,000 in general Ag Service Board contribution from the province. Predator control grant is about $13,000, another $8,000 for weed control in the region, and the county has typically utilized the Canada Summer Jobs funding for any seasonal staff that we bring into this department. One change you'll notice on the expenditure side, we do move from 9 to 7 seasonal staff in this department, so although COLA 5.8, this budget does actually see a bit of a reduction in the salary component for 2023. Contract services and supplies budgets both go up, again, compounding effect from IT, but as well, supplies costs have gone up for 23 as well. We're seeing chemical supplies costs increasing. We talked about the contributions to local organizations previously, so I won't go into detail on those, but about $10,000 that we give to community organizations for agricultural purposes. Page 45 talks a little bit about, so I'll just dive into kind of just a little bit about, I said we get about $40,000 on rental equipment. The kind of Coles Notes versions of that, the twine recycling program. That was a program that was promoted in 2022. Did see a good number of utilization. The seed drills were rented a total of 36 times. They generated about $28,000 in revenue, give or take. And just, we're talking just revenue, not looking at profit, right? So we're not going revenue less expenses, just revenue was about 28,000 on those. The land rollers generated about 4,000. Together they were rented 11 times. So not to dive into that super deep, but we'll see that again in December when we go through master rates specific to ag rental equipment. But for everyone's general information, those were 23's performance numbers. Or 22, sorry's performance numbers. All right, page 46 is tourism and economic development. So this is our Walsh Visitor Center is included in page 46, along with other tourism and economic development initiatives. Biggest change here is the introduction of Cypress County's first economic development position. So we're seeing a good portion of that cost here. It is also in a couple other budgets, as the person isn't 100% to this area. They're split as well with recreation and some planning time. But a good portion of this increase is here. One thing I think to note, council is always curious, and others are curious in how much of artisan sales we're able to do. We average about $1,500 in artisan sales through the visitor center, so that money goes straight back to local artisans, to local producers, local craft makers, and different local individuals running small businesses. So a good opportunity for us to reach those and connect with those individuals. In contract services here, we do include, we talked last meeting about the contribution to the City of Medicine Hat, the Regional Community Designation Partnership for Foreign Workers. That $10,000 contribution is in this budget here. It's in contract services. Other grants that we give to local organizations include Verge, Palliser Economic Partnership, Highway 3 Twinning Association. Those are the majority of that $84,000. Any thoughts or comments on tourism and economic development?
Has the budget been increased to be open 7 days a week for the, has that thought come across?
The only way, like, we've talked about it, but if there was a campground there, we'd have to have ownership of it to put the campground, because they won't allow us to do the campground. So if we had a campground, 7 days a week would go hand in hand. But until that is secured, it's still at the 5 days a week.
Tourists are 7 days a week.
Use your mic.
Pardon?
I said it's something that we should think about because tourists, during tourist season, is 7 days a week.
But if we don't own it, we can't do it, right? Isn't that what you
Why?
said?
We can be open.
We can be open 7, yeah. The previous
can't.
discussion was that we would do, for sure, we would do 7 days a week if there was a campground, but we can't put a campground in as of yet, because we do not have ownership of it, we only lease it. So we can, yeah, we can increase it to 7 days. Just need more staff and more money.
Well, and this is a time that we talk about that in the budget, right? So
Yep, and this is your budget, and the programs and services are what you guys provide.
I believe it should be open 7 days a week, but that's just one. What does the rest of council believe? This is a time we should make that decision and speak on it, so. Michelle?
Well, I've heard a lot of good things about that, and people like it, so, and people travel 7 days a week. It's not just, 5 days. So I would be for opening it 7 days a week.
Dustin? Lloyd?
Well, I agree with the 7 days a week. I think that's a good idea.
We heard from Shade. Blaine?
Yeah, if you're meaning just the building itself, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, just to be open to the public for,
Yeah, I don't see why it would make sense to have it open 7 days a week then.
Richard?
How many, excuse me, how many more staff members are you talking?
Well, I would say you need to have 2 there at all times for working alone, and because it is remote location. So if we had it over, it would probably be, well, we need 2 more 2 more people for the 4 months. So that would be 2 people, that'd be full-time equivalent, I would say 15 to 20,000.
As somebody that has done some RVing, you expect that place to be open 7 days a week. When I go down the road and you would pull into something like that, that's part of your planned stop and it's closed, you'd go like, wow, what's going on?
Is the province closed? That's you're joking around with it. Shane, go ahead.
No, Carolyn answered my question. I was just curious on how much more it would cost. I mean, we just don't want Kim to get involved because he'd change it to 8 days a week.
8 days a week.
That's so good.
Well, I guess that's your answer for your budget. You pretty much got a unanimous that they like to see it 7 days a week.
Sounds awesome. So the recommendation at the end of the presentation was to accept as information for right now, and we would bring back the amendments to the next, the December 6th council meeting. So that's perfect. So that's our amendment.
We're supposed to discuss this right now, so. Okay. Oh, it's lunchtime. Do we want to stop for lunch? Okay. Travis, you're taking up our lunch hour now. Gee whiz. So are you done on tourism then? We'll end off at recreation? Okay.
Oh, God.
12:30, guys. We are on recreation. Travis?
All right, so we'll see if we can make the rest more like Eminem or Cardi B and less slow like Adele. We'll see if we can figure it out. So we're on to, no, I don't know any Cardi B songs, so if we go that direction, I'm out. So we're on, I think we had completed, had we completed recreation, or that's where we were at? Sorry.
That's where we got to.
That's where we're at, okay. All right, so county controls, one of the things that we do, you'll notice there's not a ton of revenue, but the reason for that is that we do control kind of our upside or downside risk in recreation, focuses on utilizing community organizations to do a lot of this work. So it's typically driven out of community grants and contributions, which is why we see a heavy expense budget but limited revenue. As far as kind of key items in here, things to point out, we do have an agreement with both the city and Redcliffe. That's the purchases from other government, as well as contracting and general services is decreasing by about 100,000, 125,000 for 2023. Although 2022 included potential development in Irvine, on the west side of Irvine. Budget 23 does include about $100,000 for upgrades to community facilities, being the Urban Rec Center or others that we know need upgrades from the Rec Master Plan and the Rec Study that was completed in 2019, that we haven't taken a lot of action on yet. It identified quite a few pitfalls at some of our buildings that need to be brought up to code or brought up to current standard. So we do have $100,000 in this budget to do those upgrades in 2022 or 23, sorry, and to start on those upgrades. Not that we're going to do them all, just to start on some of them. Any comments or questions on recreation and community facilities?
No, we're good.
Good there. Parks and campgrounds is next. The biggest change that we'll find here is in revenue. We're not going into master rates today, but in master rates, you'll see that administration is proposing a increase to the Cavan Lake seasonal fee. It does create an additional revenue of about $30,000 extra. The service fee had been held relatively constant for a number of years, especially through COVID. Although we did see a peak in demand of camping during COVID, we wanted to hold that rate relatively steady through COVID, coming out of COVID now, to match the expenses that we're seeing, the developments that we've done, lots of new projects installed at Cavan. We've got power at all but 4 of the stalls at Cavan now, as well as new road work was done in 2019 or 2020 at Cavan. Proposed increase does bring that up to about 110,000, just under 110,000 at Cavan Lake. We'll go into kind of the specifics around rates at master rates time, but likely seeing about a 50% increase on the seasonal rate there.
So what we're proposing is, just quickly, for the seasonals, for 5 months, $12 a night, $1,800 for the season. And that is going up from $1,200-ish. And at $1,800 for 5 months is only $12 a night. So it needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly when we have 60 or so, 70 on the waiting list. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what they charge out at Rattlesnake?
No, I don't.
A lot more than 12.
$12, yeah.
No, for the season.
40 mile.
We'll have all that in when we bring the master rates, but just so.
Dustin?
So Rattlesnake, last I heard, and this is a couple years ago, was over 2,300.
Yeah.
Yeah. 40 miles, 1,800. So, yeah, that's, well, you gotta move the rates, everybody else is. And we're still losing money on it, so,
Power's not getting cheaper.
yeah. A month. Okay,
But we'll bring more information when the master rates comes for your consideration.
Other big change that we see on parks and campgrounds, bit of a depreciation increase here again. So I just want to kind of point that out again. As those capital projects come, depreciation goes up. This one is Sandy Point. We did complete the boat launch, so now that starts depreciating inside of the campground. No other questions on rec or on parks? Then we'll move on to libraries. Cypress County does work with the Cypress County Library Board. The Library Board does provide the county a budget each fall, which is then incorporated into the county's budget. We have not yet received a budget from the Library Board, but I know that it's coming. I expect it in short order from them. However, we're, the county, just in our conversations with them, projecting a small increase in that budget, likely a result from the new facility being put up in Irvine. Obviously, a little bit of extra cost to operate that facility, so a bit of a jump there, but not significant. Go ahead.
In this picture of the library, I don't see Richard anywhere.
See that guy at the table? Oh, not yet. But he will be. The bench.
I was going to say, I think Richard was at the Adele concert that day. He didn't make it. All right. That's, so we're on to now the last section of the budget, which is Public Works. So page 52. We'll talk a little bit about the fleet budget. So the biggest thing, like we said, fleet budget, the revenue side is truly just internal revenue. So that's as this budget is costed out to different departments. It's not a true revenue. We're not actually going to see any cash flow generated. Ag Services not going to actually pay the fleet department for the usage of the vehicles, just for costing model. When we look at contract services going up a little bit to adjust and align with the historical costs, as well as the introduction of IT software and hardware into this department. Biggest change here is on materials and goods and supplies. We're seeing a pretty significant fuel increase cost. We increased the fuel budget, give or take, about 30% going into next year, simply directly related to what we're seeing in the market, right? So where we had budgeted about $650 in fuel in previous years, we're now budgeting about $850 to $900 in fuel for 23. So simply a cost to deliver the exact same service, but as we all know, to drive down the street simply costs more now than it did a year or two ago. I don't have anything else specific on the fleet budget. Like we say, we kind of talk about it throughout the other department budgets, so I won't dive into it super deep here. But if there's any questions, then certainly we can chat on the fleet.
Dustin?
Is 30% on fuel enough? Because I know for myself, I seen almost 70% last year. It went up.
Mr. Chairman, what I would propose is we do get a buying discount, like Cypress County through RMA does get a discount on fuel from what others will pay at the pump. What we're using is what we saw in 2022. So if we presume that 22's rates will somewhat carry over into 23, that will be somewhere in that same range. I would say the 900 is roughly representative then of what we'll see in 23. If we see another significant hike of some type on fuel, then potentially we're light, but hopefully we're relatively close.
And by the spring also, we have some leeway too. Like if there's, like if, God forbid, it goes to $2.50, we do have the spring to readjust and to reevaluate. So we have that, even though this is final, but there's, when things happen like that, we have the ability to maneuver through those challenges.
Shane?
Yeah, while we're speaking of fuel, I just went back to agricultural services. They burn a bunch of fuel too on their trucks and spraying and everything else. As that fuel isn't just lumped into public works, it does get separated out to every. Now, so did the Ag Service Board look at increased fuel prices? There, I just
Yeah, each
didn't read it
department-
anywhere and I was just wondering.
Yeah, each department went through their budget and considered those type of escalations and the possibility of. So if we see a big bump in the spring, they're busy seasons of summer, so that'll give us some ability to evaluate that.
Okay, no, I was just making sure.
But yeah, fuel is a tough one. We use lots of it, and it's vital to our operations, and it's been very volatile in the last 2 years. Very, very volatile, even though we were even on the buying group.
Dustin?
So does it make sense to bulk buy fuel, or can we bulk buy for a certain period of time without delivery? Like, just, I'm not sure how the municipal end of it works. I know we kind of buy all our fuel through like canoe procurement, right? Now, if we hit a low where it gets down to $1.30 for diesel again, would it be advantageous to buy 400 barrel tanks and store fuel, because I know that's personally what we're all looking at doing now too, because when it's at a low end, we get quite a significant discount even for buying a Super B load of fuel instead of less.
Kim, would you be able to address that?
Yeah, through the chair. So what we did this year is we analyzed all the department's fuel consumption, and then we picked, I can't remember, Travis, was it like 189 is what we used as a fuel for diesel? Anyway, we went through all the department's usage, and what you're stating is we've contemplated that. What we've done in the past is we did a tender for fuel, and one of the aspects, the reason why there's only one company that said they would respond to fires after hours, and that was part of our matrix, and that was our current provider, and they were actually the RMA sponsored member, I guess that would be, or RMA member through the buying group, but they were the only one that said they would attend for fire after hours, so that's the reason. But that's and always a good analysis is if it does hit to like $1.40, do we have capacity to add more? We do not. We will go through our tanks in about 4 days. So in the peak summertime, so we don't have any other capacity. To answer your question, yeah.
So I guess what I'm getting at there, because we're seeing this validity in that market, and we see those lows every year, would it be advantageous for us to maybe look into getting more storage? Because to set up storage isn't horrifyingly expensive to do.
I think it's a very good idea. How about Kim and Travis and Steve sit down and look at that? And then Jeffrey as well, because the fire uses quite a bit as well. Can I tag you guys with that?
And we've taken that into an analysis. It's just the cost of the storage, because when you start going to a larger tank, then we have to have different measures in place, like with the spill catchment and stuff like that. So it becomes very costly.
Well, that double containment's not super costly. We just set up 300-400 barrels, and for what we had to do to fall into compliance with containment, it only cost us $5,000 for the containment, and we were only $10,000 a tank. We bought used tanks, obviously, but it wasn't a horrible expenditure to actually set up. The metering system was the most expensive part of it.
And we'll look into that, because we've also been analyzing the oil, because oil has the same concept, right? It'll hit in the peak spring, it'll be at its highest, and then come in the mid-July and August, it'll drop down to its lowest point. So
Yeah, because with that thing, we could build a tank farm with its own containment that isolates it all together, and it'd be more affordable to do it all as one. I don't know, my thoughts.
No, thank you. Thank you for that.
Richard?
So when I tried that a few years ago, the next year I couldn't get a quote for the year for fuel. The suppliers watch that pretty close, and if you pick and choose where you're going to get it from, then the suppliers just go, yeah, either you get a high number or you don't get a quote at all. So it was kind of backfired.
Keith?
I'm not opposed to the idea, but I think one thing you probably have already considered is your insurance. You have to consider the space you're going to need for any amount of, like if you're going through, I mean, I don't know how much storage you have. What do you have for storage?
It's only 4 days worth.
yeah, not very much.
Two B train roads?
Say that again?
Yeah, like how often do you go through B train load of fuel?
That will fill up our tank if they're empty.
Oh, okay. Because I'm just thinking like you're going to need to make it a significant difference. Like if you have to buy fuel, say for a month, you're going to need a lot of tanks. And, you know, there's just a lot of logistics to go up. I mean, I know on the farm you can do it relatively inexpensively, and you can pick and choose when you buy your fuel. But I'm not so sure that you're going to be able to do that here. Because like you said, there's a lot of different factors as compared to a farm which would use, 10,000 gallons over the course of the winter, as opposed to what you're going to use. So I'm not sure it would work, but I mean, that's, I guess, ultimately up to you to decide.
Yeah, we'll look into it because we've been looking at the life of our system and I think we extended out another 7 years, but it's something that we can grasp part of our analysis, and we'll bring it back.
Shane?
One thing to consider, South Rock, we used to have our tanks at the yard there and we got rid of it. They got rid of it because you got so many people fueling up. And at times, if they don't shut it off, there's so much, if you got big tanks and something goes wrong, you got a big mess. And it's going to become very costly. It's not like, I understand what Dustin's talking about, I agree with that, but as your farmers, you just got a few isolated people filling. Here you got lots. So it's something to really look into, because I know that's why we got rid of it, because of issues with young kids, different type of people all filling up.
Yeah, we can do an analysis and bring it back. I know, to what Councillor Hawk is saying, our provider did put gasoline in our diesel tanks, and they had to hydrovac all that out and send that off, but that was very costly for them. But
Okay, there's some ideas from the research. Go ahead, Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to, the comment came up there that remember, fuel is not just in one department. And so what I wanted to offer is that when we look at the individual departments, there's a line in each. One of the expense lines is equipment rental internal. That's typically that cost of fleet or of equipment going out to the individual departments. So when we say that that's got that, when we look at fleet, it's got that whole budget in it. It's kind of rolled up all into one. But then it's got that revenue offsets to the individual department's expenses. So that's what that equipment rental line is. Okay. All right, consolidated public works is the next one. That's where we're at. So when we look at the revenue, this is your cap revenue. Community aggregate payment levy revenue is the $280,000 here, along with some other general service revenue that we also do in there. The overall expenses, PW salaries does go up about 11%. So we're seeing the introduction there again, 5.8 on COLA, plus one additional operator, and the supervisor position has now been filled for budget 23, which wasn't in 22 or prior, or the couple prior anyway. So that's kind of that change in salaries and wages for next year. Ultimately, 22 equipment operators, 14 seasonal staff is what it takes to run our overall public works department. That's just the actual labor group. Contract and general services, small decrease due to less contractors being used. And the next 2 pages, just for everyone's knowledge too, the next 2 pages do kind of go into the details of the different areas of public works. So this looks at a big picture, and then the next 2 pages go into the kind of the 5 different service areas of public works. So I'll go through kind of the consolidated side, and then if we have questions on the specifics, we can if you like. We talked about materials, goods, and supplies, so a little bit of an increase there. And then depreciation also going up. Again, some new capital equipment coming in. We've got a new reclaimer that recently arrived. We've got some graders on order. I think there's 4 now approved for 23. So some new equipment that will come in. And equipment rental, like we say here, does go up about $300,000 on fuel usage is the biggest factor on this overall within Public Works. Like I said, the next 2 pages, which is 56 and 57, these go through kind of the different areas, the general admin cost, gravel roads cost, hard surface cost, infrastructure cost, and the hamlet specific costs. Just a couple, I guess, really quick notes on these. There, on the gravel roads, we'll talk about, the council does now have a 5-year gravel crushing plan. The inventory of gravel does go up, so that reserve we saw earlier is used to fund gravel crushing and use the inventory as it's expense the inventory as it's used. When we look at hard surface roads, 23 will be the first year that we have the infrared heater, so that could have an effect on how we see contract services or overall costs in that department. Infrastructure, council has approved a Burge asset management plan. The road study was done in 2012, so these different studies that council's done all feed into that department budget now and where the department focuses their energy or their efforts, right? And when we look at the Hamlet budget, I did want to note, council had approved the $50,000 contribution per year to Elkwater. That's for Elkwater road upgrades. That's inside of that Hamlet budget there, has that $50,000 in contract services there. I won't go into more detail on the individual departments, but if there's questions, then certainly the director or I happy to take those.
Just good to see how cheap it is to run the hamlets.
Well, wait until you get to the water and fuel.
All right, page 58 is the water budget.
Not even half of what the road.
Should be at water first.
Water first.
Here we go. All right, so we've got the water budget. So like we said, so 2023, as far as revenue, the county will be extending. There was a 5-year plan done. We did extend a year, made it a 6-year plan for 22, and we will be extending. The recommendation from administration is to just extend that budget again another year, or that plan, the rate plan. So it'll be now a 7-year plan. That'll cover 23, and then in 23, council will be presented with a new 5-year rate plan and utilities plan altogether, which will go from 24 through 28, and advise on recommended utility rates for that time. We'll talk a little bit more too about utility rates when we get to master rates next month and in January, so I won't go too far into the revenue side. When we look at salaries and wages, significant drop there. We do now have one operator position had been vacant for a number of years, so all 5 are now filled. When we look at contract services, one of the big ones we see in contract services is that we typically don't know necessarily if or where the water main will break, but we know a water main will break somewhere in the year. So typically we do have in there the cost for that repair. We know history tells us it will happen somewhere. So we always make sure we have enough in the budget to cover any of that occurring. Purchases from other government is just water purchases from the city, who's our main supplier of water. The long-term debt we talked about earlier, that does come into this water budget. And depreciation, again, we'll notice significant increases in 24, 25, 26 with the lift station projects being completed, the force main projects being completed, will all drive up depreciation. Any comments or thoughts on the water budget overall?
Anybody but Shane? Apparently not.
With their, just curious, I see water is provided to Suffield residents via agreement with CFB Suffield. Is that a long-term? And that with the present state of what's happening out there with the shutdown?
Yeah, no, there has been no change in that agreement. My discussions out there is that the base will continue. Even though they may not have as many folks out there as they normally do, it will continue as is.
Richard?
In that Chamber of Commerce event that I went to, the Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Burke, I think it is, he did have a bit of a report or conversation for us, and he said there's not going to be any reduction out there. The scope will change, but things will carry on. You won't see as many soldiers maybe from Britain, but they do have U.S. Forces coming up for training. Also, like you said, just a different scope. He said we're actually hiring. We are looking for people. So
As civilian employees?
As civilian employees. So I don't think we ever, not ever, but we don't have to worry about Suffield for many years.
Shane?
I'll just contradict that. My son is a project manager out there for all of the construction and that. It has been cut back way back. And he's worried about now of losing his job out there even. No, it is quite serious. Battis has moved. A lot of the residents, some of Ralston said they can go home if they want. When you talk about the U.S. coming up, all they're going to be doing is coming up and playing with drones a bit.
there is a raw water line that comes from the South Sask, and if that ever shall happen, that no water will, they cease operations. Goodness gracious, if that happens. There is always a water that runs from the South Sask, runs up. You can put a skid water treatment plant in for $1 million. I know it's $1 million though. So there is options. Just currently we get potable water, and we really much appreciate the partnership. But if we ever face that, we do have solutions. It is a threat, but it is a challenge if that happens. But we can deal with it. We can deal with it. The raw water is the key, and if you have raw water, we can treat it.
May have to fix a few holes in that line.
Well, some don't want us to fix those holes along.
We got nice water holes.
Keith?
Is that agreement with Suffield, is that under contract? Or is that just, obviously, it's going to be some kind of contract, so.
So we have an agreement that's preliminarily put in place. The local administration is supportive of it. It is in Ottawa for final signature, and it's been there for a year. So our local administration is always in contact with them, asking for that. There is support in Ottawa. There is support. It just has not been signed yet. But there is no intent ever, currently how it is in operations, that they will always provide us water.
So there was talk about upgrading the line between the water treatment plant and the hamlet.
Yep.
So is that still under consideration, or
Yes.
where's the status of that?
Yeah, no, it's a 23 project. Yeah. So that's options. If that day ever comes and no one's going to be there, maybe we could use their water treatment plant. Like those are things that we'll need to consider in the future. But that line from the water treatment plant to the clear well in Suffield, it is a top priority to replace. It's causing clean water not to has turbidity issues.
And they've also, the base has put in some investment, and they've actually, they x-rayed the line to ensure that that service can continue to us. And so we're looking at putting out for tender in 2023 with construction in 2024. And we hope to have it in 2023, but we know with the speed of what's happening in Ottawa that it might be 2024 construction. But our intentions are, as Terlyn said, is 2023.
Shane?
I'll just be quick. I'll restate myself. The base is always going to be there, but it's going to really cut down.
Okay, Travis. Let's get on this last crappy subject.
It's a perfect segue onto wastewater. All right, so, okay, what we've got on wastewater, so a couple, not significant changes in the wastewater budget, but a few of the things that I wanted to point out. Water and sewer, along with wastewater, probably two of the kind of key focus areas as we get into the asset management project and where that goes. These are kind of the two of the areas that will really start that kickoff for that project. A lot of our information is really strong in the water and sewer world. We've got good data, we've got good information. It's a matter of getting it into systems, into software that communicates with each other, that talks with each other, and that lets kind of workflow go on its own versus having people have to work or walk across the building and talk. Programs will simply communicate and talk and help dictate future need, along with preventative maintenance. When we look at the overall budget, we do see a little bit of just a touch drop on wastewater revenue, not significant. When we look at contract general services, again, IT software is the change here. Our SCADA systems do come at a price, so this is the cost to run virtual SCADA and some of these items, so that's the increase in contract services. Again, another one where depreciation will significantly affect future costs with force mains and lift stations and those types of items being completed. But other than that, overall, this budget remains relatively consistent year over year. Any questions on wastewater budget? All right. The last department budget, page 62. I know you're all upset. You wanted to keep on going all day long, but the last budget that we have is solid waste. When we look at solid waste, we are still reviewing, and you will see this in master rates again to kind of foreshadow to where we're going. But we will need to look at the hamlet collection rates on the different hamlets that do have door-to-door collection. Desert Bloom, Irvin, and Suffield, I believe all are the three that do have door-to-door collection. Collection rates range from basically $5 to $15 per month, depending on what hamlet you're in and what the cost to deliver the service is. So we'll be evaluating that, and you may see a change in administration's recommendation at the master rates time. For the current budget structure, we've still kept revenue relatively equal, and something that we'll look at in the next 2-3 weeks. When we look at the expense side, a little bit of an increase on contract services. Our director may have to correct me, but I believe the garbage collection contracts are all up for renewal in '23.
Yeah, and the reason for the increase was the anticipated tipping fees at our regional landfill.
Yes, so another reason that we'll be looking at solid waste rates. Typically, though, this will always be one that property taxation does subsidize the general revenue of the waste collection, solid waste management. It won't be one that creates its own revenue. It's one that's subsidized by general taxation. With that, that's all I have on waste, solid waste as well. So if there's any other thoughts or comments on that department or the budget as a whole, certainly happy to take them. Yeah. Happy to. So on page 18.
So, Mr. Chairman, the recommended motion that council give the 2023 operating budget and also with 24 to 26 for accept as information and bring back at the next council meeting for adoption. And as amended, because there's one amendment so far. Oh, yeah.
Okay, Keith is making that motion. Any questions on it? Very good job on it, Travis. Nobody fell asleep today. It was not bad.
It was really good.
I really liked seeing that IT got split up into everything instead of just having its own loop, so you costs are more true, showing more true costs.
Oh, it's a good job. Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept this for information, bring back for future vote. That's carried. CAO report. No,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any questions in the CAO report? Thank you.
Lloyd's moving the CAO report. Does anybody have any questions? Lloyd. Vote. It's carried. Reeve and council reports. Mine's there for you guys. Well, we'll start with Blaine.
Okay, attended the council meeting on the 1st. Had a meeting with Angie Brace on the 3rd. She's the head of the operations and recruitment for Positive Life Concepts, Inc. Looking for ideas and business opportunities and interests for the town of Irvin. It was kind of a productive meeting that we had. Richard was there and a few towns people, Louis Hashem. Also attended the RMA and trade show a week or so ago. It was very informative. Enjoyed going through the booths there. They're always interesting things to find and see. Somebody could buy me that payloader for Christmas. That'd be nice. I also really like listening to the ministerial questions that are brought forward, that it's always pretty interesting to see what's going on in other counties. And that was it for me.
Keith?
Other than council meetings, I have nothing to report. I did get a couple phone call on the condition of the roads, but they are what they are, and after this week, it won't be a problem because they'll all melt off.
Richard?
That's good. Friday, November 4th, I did a ride along with Dan for the Mayors and Reeves meeting. Just went up for some company and was lucky enough to be able to sit beside the Deputy Minister Nate. What's his last name, Dan? Newdorf, yeah. Very nice fella. And then Dan and I kind of cornered him and talked to him about the Walsh Visitor Center. And he was not in a hurry to get out of that after the meeting, so I was impressed with that. Tuesday, November 8th, I went to the Community Foundation, Cypress Community Foundation slash, it was a larger group. It was in regards to Heritage Fund donors recognition. It was just kind of nice to be there to, I sit on that board, but also to be kind of showing Cypress County is really interested in it. So it worked out well. And then on Wednesday, the 9th, I represented the county, went in Dan's place to the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Breakfast at the Chinook Lodge. And we had Glenn Montz there, we had Drew Barnes, Mayor Lindsay Clark, Mayor Dwight Kilpatrick, and then Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Burke. And oh yeah, of course, our new Premier, Daniel Smith, was there. So we each got 5 minutes just to talk. There was a table put up front, and we gave the politicians, I call them politicians, I don't call us politicians, they just gave a brief talk on what the other people are doing wrong, and I tried to have a little more fun with it, and my topic was on how great a neighbor Cypress County is. So I let them know we put thanks to Jeffrey and to Travis, I got some information from them, but I let them know that the payroll is about $9 million, and about 90% of our employees live in Medicine Hat or Redcliffe, and Dwight Kilpatrick was quite nice about saying, well, thank you, we appreciate that, Richard. So, and just let them know that for some of the future stuff they've got coming up, which is the Highway 420, how it's going to end up in Medicine Hat, and also the CO2 recapturing, that we would really like to be at the conversation right from the start. And I just kind of said, just call us, we'll be there. And then I took a little bit of time to tell them that they should all feel very comfortable traveling outside the city of Medicine Hat and Redcliffe, knowing his halo is there for them, and we back it up with our not only verbal support with a $300,000 contribution, and I was hoping that there will be, they get the hint that maybe they should be looking at it too, right? So, and I think that was about it. But it was good. It was a good chance to mingle again and just remind them. I might have said it a couple of times. We do surround you. So it was good. And then November 11th, Dan and I went to Redcliffe for the Remembrance Day celebrations. And, I know one other thing I was going to add. When I was at that, down at the Esplanade for that community foundation stuff, I had the fella from the Rotary Club come over, and I think his name is Dan. I didn't catch his last name, Jeffrey. Camamere? Okay. Anyway, he come over and he said, I just wanted to tell you how amazed and somewhat shocked I am in my dealings with Cypress County, and I go, okay. He said, I contacted Jeffrey. We wanted to put a sign up on the Desert Bloom Trail. And he said, it got done. He said, like, dealing with the community, dealing with the municipality that I usually have to deal with, it would have taken a year. And he said, I just want to let you know, to pass it on, that how impressed they were. So there's an attaboy. Yep. He appreciates it, Jeffrey.
And I would also like to extend that attaboy to communications, because Sean Rooney had a considerable part in it, as well as Public Works and our sign crew for installing the signs as well. So it was basically a multi-team effort from across the board. So
With one phone call from him, that's what he was impressed about, that he did not have to keep coming back. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Good teamwork there, guys. Do you know what highway you live on?
Highway 4 is twinned already.
Yeah.
Did I say Highway 4? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's that seniors thing we were talking about earlier today.
You are in Dunmore right now.
Which highway is that?
Shane?
You guys, you get old someday too.
Had a rec board meeting, had the Highway 3 twinning meeting, and, oh yes. We have to sit down, I want staff, I'll make a motion, that we get a hold of transportation in the city. We gotta sit down and figure out this route sooner than later. Things are happening, and things are gonna happen quick here all of a sudden. Things are moving along with Highway 3 twinning, so I think they know they got funds available, they want to start buying land. And so we got to sit down and figure out what's happening, where we want to go, and what we want to do there.
I reached out to Victoria and I asked like what from Cypress County, and so she said we are good standing with them. They're going to be coming in January, I believe, to do an update.
Yes, that's the 20, but they don't know where it's going. We got to sit down with Darren, we got to figure out the route and where this highway's actually going, because there's a lot of people wanting to know. I know because they'll come and do their speech about it, but we, as a group, we're not deciding where that highway's going.
So how about that there's a letter sent from Cypress County to the minister that you would get more
Yes.
action on that than
Yes.
if administratively I sat down with Darren. I just a recommendation. I
Yeah.
think it'd be advantageous for you guys to send a letter to the minister saying that this has been going on long enough. A route needs to be chosen.
Yes.
And let's move on with it.
Yes,
Is that kind of the gist?
that's the gist. I want it to get
that's the
moving
motion.
forward because things, enough, yes, enough talk, it's time for action. Like I said, enough studying, it's time for the exam, let's get at her.
Didn't Mary Shades Carpenter have a song about that?
Also attended the RMA conference. We went out one night with supper with the County of Newell, which I found very informative. Found out what they charge for dust control in front of residents and what they do and about their fire budget, and it was really, I found it very informative and good. It was worthwhile. Even the supper out with the engineering firm, learned some stuff there. The trade show was good. Even the Caterpillar deal, talking with members there of, the problems getting parts and everything. I found it this year very informative. And that is it, besides my motion.
Okay, before we go on, I got a motion on the floor to send a letter to the minister on the twinning of Highway 3, designation of the twinning of Highway 3 or 4?
Find it, the roots.
Which one do you want to vote on, Richard?
I got a comment.
Go ahead.
So So when Victoria I think she's the executive director of Highway 3. When she did that presentation at the college, she said that there's 4 routes that transportation has put forward to the city of Medicine Hat, and that they needed to pick which route they prefer so that they could move forward on that. And then my comment was, whatever they do, whatever the city does is going to affect us big time, and we need to know so that our planning department especially can watch, or we can be cautious what we're doing for any development. So, but that was the comment she said. There was 4 routes given to the city to choose from, or 4 choices. So.
Okay, Richard. I got sent them 4 routes, and I replied back to Victoria because they wanted it for this economic development deal, and I said, it's not up to us, not up to me to decide which route. No, it isn't. It has to be we have to sit down with us there, but them routes have been there for years and years and years. It's time, let's get off the pot, is what I'm getting at. It's time to sit down, figure this out, so they can start buying the land. Because back, and I've brought it up before, when we did Stony Trail, we didn't have to move no houses, nothing. That land was bought in the 70s. So it was all there and ready. We cannot twin Highway 3 without purchasing the land, so it's time to know where we're going, where the routes are, how they're doing. You can look back at the old plans, there was an overpass scheduled for 7 persons there at the Miniberries, 887. Well, we know that ain't gonna happen. Let's be realistic. Where's it going? We want to sit down with transportation so it does, the route doesn't affect how much irrigation land they'll use. You know, the less impact.
Richard.
I think we just wanted them to admit that, well, and this would be transportation, to admit the routes they've chosen probably aren't even close to what would be happening now, because as Shane has always alluded to, that road was supposed to be, the only access would be with overpasses, and that's not going to happen. So you just kind of wonder, Shane, if transportation has even revisited it like they should.
That's what the motion's for, though. We don't need to hammer it out. The motion is to...
Understand. Where we're going.
Okay, have a motion on the floor. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Michelle.
I had a super busy month. Had the last council meeting on the 1st. On the 2nd, I had a policy meeting for Cypress View. Then from the 6th to the 12th, we went to RMA, which same things everybody else said, was good. I finished my 7th EOEP course and got my certificate. And I was looking over our Reeves stuff, and his isn't in there, but he got one too. And we had to go up on stage and get our pictures taken and shake hands. It was all cool. The resolution session, I was really long this year for some reason. And the ministers, that was always one of my favorite things to do there. But this year I thought that there were a lot of excuses, like I've only been here for 3 weeks. I don't know. Then come home from that, and on the 14th, I had a board meeting with Cypress View. Then on the 15th, went back to Edmonton for the FCSS AA conference, which was good. We had our fall meetings up there where I was re-elected as the South Region rep again for another year. There's a lot of good networking contacts made. There was an election at the AGM, so we have a new board chair along with the treasurer, and the only one that stayed the same was the vice chair. Then they attended the banquet, and supper was really good, and it was kind of a fun night because they did a karaoke for the entertainment, and the more they drank, the more entertaining they got. Attended the breakout sessions, and my favorite one was one on global migration. And they asked us to think about, okay, if something happens that the weather or the climate changes so much that makes an area that has a whole bunch of people unlivable, and they have to migrate to your area, was the thing. And how would you deal with infrastructure and all that kind of thing? It was a really interesting one. Attended the breakfast with the MLAs, and the MLA that was supposed to sit with us did not, but there were a few there. Come back from that on Friday, and then on the 20th, they called an emergency meeting for the FCSS AA, which I attended virtually. I did not have to drive back to Edmonton. Then yesterday had MPC, and today council.
Dustin?
I can't be as long-spoken as some of you guys are. Big thing for me this month, we attended RMA. Figured it was actually one of the best. I really liked the trade show being during the day, so you could actually go and see everything and talk with everyone while that was going on. One thing I was going to mention on that too, I got an email with from RMA yesterday on what we thought of the conference. There was a survey attached to it. I think I would encourage everyone to put in that survey that they thought the resolution session was too long, and if it's going to be that many resolutions, it gets split into two so that you're not sitting there for 3 or 4 consecutive hours. So other than that, yielded a couple phone calls or text messages as well as up there. I thank you, Richard, for helping me answer those, and that's about it.
Lloyd? Michelle?
I was just going to say also, we attended a hospitality suite, and I won a $1,000 gift voucher, travel voucher.
Nice, well, good for you.
She's taking us all to the Mesnet Airport.
Lloyd?
Besides attending all the regular meetings, council and planning commission, there wasn't much else. I went to the Remembrance Day at St. Margaret's Church. Dave Carter had a service because he got a war memorial donated. It's really nice. It says right on it, dedicated to all who served for or fought for democracy and freedom. And it was pretty good. It was well attended. There was, for Elkwater, there was, I think, 22 or 23 people. And what was interesting is there was a couple from the Ukraine there who are living with a rancher up on the bench who just snuck out of the occupied zone and that the Russians still have. So they've been there a month now, and I guess they're staying for a while. The English isn't that great, but they seem extremely grateful for being there. They're not used to being so isolated because they're from one of the big centers up there, and I really couldn't understand which one. And I don't speak Ukraine or Russian.
I'm throwing into the best weather that Southern Alberta has to offer.
Yeah. Other than that, the only other news that's out from there is Elkwater has hired a new park manager. I don't know if you know his name yet. Neither do I. They haven't announced it yet, but he's supposed to be starting by the 1st of December, I heard. So.
Okay. Jean's going to move the report. Leslie Ann?
I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. While we were in Edmonton, we had 3 councillors receive long service awards. Reeve Hamilton, Deputy Reeve Oster, and Councillor Vossler all received their 9-year long service award, as well as our CAO, Tara Lynn, received her 25 years long service award. So, yeah, I just want to say congratulations to everyone.
It was a check.
It was a check. Okay, Shane has made the motion to accept the reports. Any questions on the reports? Not seeing any? Vote. Those are carried. 8.1, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Funding request from the host committee of the 2026 Special Olympics in Canada. The recommended motion on page 142 is that council approve the funding request from the Medicine Hat Alberta Summer Games to sponsor the 2026 Special Olympics Canada Summer Games in the amount of $100,000 split over 2024 and 2025. There is background information on page 143. It shows the revenues and expenditures in their budget that they have for this event. And on page 144, alternative motions are there as well.
Dustin? You're moving to spend 100,000? We did it once before, didn't we? Blaine, go ahead.
I'll just make a comment with it. I'm okay with it and with sponsoring it, and I think it does a lot for the county and stuff, but I don't see in there where they have a breakdown of like a sponsorship level, you know, like other sponsorship things, a bronze, a silver, gold, and is there other counties involved, or, you know, or who's all being contacted for this funding?
If it's okay, Leslie Ann can further discussion on this, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so you can see in the RFD, their estimated revenue, they get $650 from Special Olympics Canada. They get $500,000 from the provincial government, and the City of Medicine Hat has already committed to $300,000. So it kind of looks like from their breakdown that they're still looking for about another $350,000. So that was just a number that we come up with, kind of in proportion to, you know, our residents. But I mean, it's totally at the purview of council if you wish to change that number. I just want to let you know it is quite a prestigious event to have the National Special Olympics be held here.
Yeah, did we not do it a few years back, or was? Do we know, yeah, the Winter Olympics was for, do we know what we donated for that?
I know that we were a sponsor of one of the events. I don't believe it was this much money, because I think the Winter Olympics are a little bit smaller as well, from what I understand.
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar.
Oh yeah, there's a picture of out there.
I'm kind of along the line of Blaine. I don't have a problem doing it. I don't know about the 100,000.
I'd be more comfortable at 50. Because I believe that's what we did the last time we sponsored the Winter Olympics, when it was in the area.
Yeah. If we had a bunch of hotels and restaurants, and that it'd be worthwhile.
Yes, exactly.
Richard?
I'm going to stick with the 100,000, and part of it is the fact that we have numerous residents, ratepayers that have businesses in the city of Medicine Hat / Redcliffe that will benefit from this. So I think we have to take a look at the whole picture. Also, this is a big event. They need substantial funding. We're not quite half of what a Medicine Hat is putting in, like we're a third of it, but we will benefit from this, okay?
Blaine?
Well, like I said before, I mean, I agree. I think the hundreds may be a little bit steep, being that there is neighboring counties that are going to benefit as well and be involved. I might maybe support splitting that in the middle and going something like 75 or something like that.
It's the farmer's math in the middle of.
Middle of 50 and 100.
50 and 100, that makes perfect sense.
Well, you haven't spoke yet, so speak up.
You told me to be quiet.
You never listen.
No, could we take it out of our cap? For recreation? It's part of kids, Special Olympics? No? I don't think so either.
And that's why it's recommended to do it in 24 and 25, is that it's over the 2 years of contribution, so it's not on the tax levy in 1 year.
Yeah, you got lots of
Do it
people.
over 3 years if you wish, whatever you choose.
Dustin, and then Lloyd, and then Steve.
So back to me being a number weenie, based on census numbers in 2016, Medicine Hat's contributing $4.76 per resident. If we match the same contribution by resident that they do, we'd be 37,000 and change.
So there's an eye opener, isn't there?
There. Good one.
Lloyd?
I kind of agree with Richard. I think the 100 is what we should be doing. I do agree, this is a good, it's good for the county to show that we're supporting it. And I think it's good for the people that are going to be here to know that we are doing it. So I'm 100% behind Richard.
Steve?
Just, I was going to clarify about the cap levy. It's probably not a stretch to say that it would be reasonable, but the cap, reading their intention, it was for something a little more tangible capital. They didn't want to just see it disappear as operating. That was kind of one of the birds under their saddle the last time. And Travis, he sent me a message here on my phone that just a reminder that we also did some under 17 hockey championship. Or is it under? Yeah, it was the under 17. We did a $5,000 donation when it was in 5,000 at that time. So, yeah.
Okay. I think we all want to do something here, but if you look at the numbers that Dustin just gave us, like at 100,000, and maybe you guys are right at the 100. I'm not arguing that. I'm just pointing out that we're 3 times higher, 3.5 times higher than what the city's given for population. So we got the least amount of people. Let's be a little more realistic on. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be accountable. No, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Michelle first.
Well, I don't have any problem supporting them. I think it's a great thing. But after hearing these numbers, I just don't think we should do 100,000. 50,000 is already more, not by much, but a little bit more than what the city's paying per capita. And we're still involved, we're still putting it out there. And I just think 100 is too much.
50,000 is 6.4. Yep, $6.04.
Richard?
Eventually, you gotta let me talk.
Do I have to? Go ahead, Richard.
So I can't work with those percentages because I look at what the city of Medicine Hat has contributed to Halo, which is nothing, and we contribute 300. So I think you got to be in a different framework here. And also look at the fact that these participants are not that group that can go out individually and raise money. And so there's a whole different fundraising, it's a whole different perspective. And it's so important to society to have this operation, this event to go on, and that's why I have to throw those percentages out the door. And I look at it and I think there's so much good that we can be doing with this, and it is a lot of money, but we budgeted over 2 years, and it's not going to hurt us.
I just want to clarify, everybody thinks it's a good thing, though. It's just an argument over the amount of money that we're giving away for the ratepayers. Well, Dustin, you have the motion, so what do you want to set it at? And then we'll go from there.
Well, I moved it as it was, so we can stand with that and see what everybody's thoughts are. But if it gets defeated, then what?
Then you can come back with another motion.
Okay.
Okay, the motion is for a $100,000 donation. Vote. Tied, so it's lost. No, no, it's not. There's 4 up there. It is lost. So does somebody, Dustin?
So I'll make a new motion for 50,000.
Okay. Any questions on the new motion, $50,000? Vote. Yeah. That's carried.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification, still over the 2 years, 24, 25, like still do that? Or do you want it,
Or do
how
you
the
wanna
motion
just do
read,
it on
like
one?
whatever amount, and then over the 2 years still? Okay, sounds perfect. I just wanted to make sure that that was.
As long as we have the commitment.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Okay. 6.2, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eagle Butte Road cancellation. On page 151 is the RFD and the backup information that the recommended motion is a council move to direct administration by resolution to submit road plans 1415 BM 4370 BM 8710770 and 4557 JK for closure to the Minister of Transportation for approval. And so there's background information. And then there is a map on page 155, I believe, of the changes. So I believe the Director of Public Works can answer any questions on specifics. This is the process in when road closure happens and realignments happen. This is the process that we go through. You guys make a motion, it goes to Minister of Municipal Affairs or Minister of Transportation, and public hearing. And if there's any questions, Kim can answer.
Okay. Michelle's making a motion on it. Okay, does anybody have any questions on it? Blaine?
All right, I just have a question. So if we're closing the road, are we still maintaining the road then, or is it?
It's just realignment, so we'll maintain it. It's, when they built the road, sometimes way back when, they didn't build it where the road was supposed to be. So this is just putting it in its property.
So they'd always, if there was a slough in the way, they didn't have the equipment back then, so they'd just go around the slough. And they didn't worry about, people were just happy they had roads. So they just built around the big rock or the big hill, and so nowadays things are changing and happening, and so then we just have to put the road where it's, the road plan needs to be where the road actually is. And then that other chunk is dissolved.
So you can see there, we just made a softer curve.
Make sense? Look, that's, yeah. Sorry, guys, we had talked about this a couple of years back. It's just finally coming to council now, so. Hey, Michelle made the motion? Any other questions on it? Vote. Carried. 8.3, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cavan Lake revitalization RFP results. The recommended motion that council accepts the scope of work and cost for the Cavan Lake revitalization feasibility study as presented and directs administration to award the Cavan Lake revitalization feasibility study to MPE Engineering Limited at a cost not exceeding $39,996. To be funded from planning and development contract services. Below there, the background information. On June 7th, the folks from that group came to council and asked for this RFP to be forwarded out for bid. And the council made a resolution that it was to be sent out for RFP in September. Administration followed that, forwarded that out for bids, and this is the tenders were closed, and there was 2 submitted, and one was 40, and the other one was 100. And so therefore, we're bringing it to you, because that was as directed by motion of council, when we got those, to bring them back to you. And that's where we're at.
Thank you. Richard?
I'm going to make a motion to receive this for information, and part of my reasoning is the fact that I'm hearing some numbers that what this project would actually take, and it's up in the, well, one number I heard was 18 million from a local contractor that does this sort of stuff, and I look at that number and I go, yeah, I mean, we have so many other projects to do that would benefit so many hamlets, just our bulk of our ratepayers. If the Cavan Lake people, not the Cavan Lake, but the people using it for irrigation would like to carry this on their own, I think fine, but I just would like to make the motion for receive for information. And there was another word, but I couldn't think what the other word is. Receive for information and no action. Yeah, I didn't write that down, so yeah.
I was just going to make.
Oh,
I was here with Shane.
okay. Shane, go ahead.
I agree with Richard. I got voted down 8-1 when I asked for funding for a water line going north up Box Springs Way out towards Suffield for drinking water. And nobody agreed that we'd spend money to see if it's feasible and who would want to hook up and what it cost. And that was for drinking water to houses. This here is for irrigation and for a rec center, a lake. So where are our priorities? We're not in the irrigation business, and I agree with Richard.
Attaboy.
Michelle?
I think I agree with Richard too. Like, if this study was, like, if this was a feasible thing, don't you think the SMRID would have already taken on this study and done it? I don't understand why we should do it. Just a comment.
Carolyn?
We spoke with them, and they're always interested in partnerships. They asked about who was funding it, and I was quite honest with them. Me and Ken had a meeting with them, and we said, well, we have no idea. Like, there's no money allocated in our budget so far. So, and the understanding I took away from them was that they had no funding capabilities either.
One more thing. So if it was to go through, like the water line was in and Cavan Lake would have all kinds of water in it all year long, would the camping fees of people going there kind of help to pay for it? No?
$18 million.
And also, too, we don't own Cavan Lake. We have a lease from Alberta Environment. We don't own it either. And so there's a lot of issues with capacity, too. Like, it's quite shallow. So there'd have to be, Alberta Environment would have to permit us to do dredging and increase capacity. Like, yeah, it's quite multifaceted.
Lloyd?
Well, anybody that lives in the country knows that water is important and you need it. However, I don't, there's only 7 guys here. I don't know how many other people want to get involved. I don't know how many people could get involved in it. The thing is, we're going to get stuck with the entire thing. And I have to agree with Shane and Richard that financially wise, no.
I'm going to speak the other end of the podium just because no one else did. I'd still be really curious to see what the actual numbers in the study comes back as, just so we know. SMRD tomorrow will be making an announcement of a $300,000 additional acres of irrigation that they're expanding to within their infrastructure. So saying that they won't be interested in this project is, I can't say for sure, but I'm not sure if there's $300,000 or 300,000 acres in their current infrastructure that'll support watering.
It's $300,000 or
300,000 acres.
That's not what you said.
Sorry, 300,000 acres. So it's fairly. 300,000.
We'll have to wait and see what they announce.
It's out already, I've got the paperwork, but yeah, it's 300. It's a lot, but that you gotta remember, that's the whole district as well. So that's all the way from St. Mary's Lake down to Cypress County. So there's a substantial amount of land there. Saying if they would take on this project, I can't speak for that. I'm gonna guess they'll expand on their additional infrastructure already, but I'd still love to see what the actual cost of this would be, but I'm hearing that's a no.
And when we spoke to them, they were interested in it, as I said, but they just don't have any capability, like funding capabilities, what they shared with us.
It costs $40,000 to find out the cost. That's pretty high stakes. Richard, and then Keith.
We now have a number, even though there was such huge difference between the two estimates, but maybe Ross Creek Irrigation District can now go and apply for some grant money to carry it to the next stage. So I think we've started the ball for them, and now they can carry on from there.
I was just kind of curious why there was such a variation in the two estimates. That just struck me as kind of funny that you got an $80,000 difference between the two.
One didn't want the work. One didn't want the work.
One gets plus or minus 50.
So, yeah. Yeah, so my understanding, these two firms do work with irrigation districts, and it's actually less than what I thought it would be. And plus, I believe that that everyone would like to have some guaranteed work in starting January, and so someone always leaves money on the table, and so and as we joke around, the industry standard sometimes is plus or minus 30%, but that's why, yeah. Sometimes some are more hungry than others.
Sorry.
I would just like to make a comment.
Yep.
No, and I have to agree with everything that was said, and I think that this maybe gives, agree with Richard, and I think it does give the Cabin Lake guys, maybe they could have come and asked a partner to help find this out, but to come and expect the county to fund the whole basic project is maybe a little bit forthcoming. So I think this would be a smart way to go for the county.
Okay, on that note, I'll ask for the vote, and it is to receive for information, no action. Vote. That's carried. We good to go to the next one, or does anybody need a break?
No, let's go.
Everybody's good? 8.4, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The December and January meeting date revisions. It's recommended that council revise the regular scheduled meetings in December 22 and January 23 to hold one meeting December 6th and one meeting January 10th, 2023. And there is background information on 161 and 162.
Blaine's making that motion. Everybody's good with it? One in December, one in January. Vote. Carried. 8.5, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2022 asset disposal list on page 163. The recommended motion is that council approve the 2022 vehicle and equipment dispersal list as presented, and that council approve the addition of the loader back to the 5-year vehicle and equipment replacement plan with a replacement date of 2026.
Okay. Richard's making a motion
For the first one.
for the first one. Yep. Any questions on the list? We'll just do the first one now. Then. Just the first one.
Yes, he said vote.
Yeah. Somebody's got to go to the washroom. Vote, guys. There you go, that's carried. Dustin, you're making the second motion? Did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is that just something that got missed the first time around, or are we adding it? What's the deal? Because the,
Thank you, through the chair. The reason for the Hyundai loader, so we got the new loader, the cat loader this year. Now the Hyundai loader, we're always moving it around to the transfer sites because we have all the trees and stuff, and it has the grapple fork on it. So we actually priced out the cost of the grapple fork for the cat, and it was cheaper to keep the loader than it was to buy a grapple fork for the other, for the cat loader. So that's the reason why and then we used it quite a bit this year when we're hauling our own gravel because we had no, we used the Hyundai to go around for the transfer sites and then the other loaders out of the gravel pit being solely used for gravel hauling. So, and if we were going to dispose of it, then we would just have to rent one to do transfer sites.
Might as well keep it. Okay. Yep.
And also too, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I forgot this. So on the bottom of the list, the 2002 one-ton regular Ford says Squad 5. So the regional landfill, they're in need of a truck. For their truck that they currently use has like $8,000 or $10,000 worth of repairs that needs to be done. The manager of the landfill came over and took a look at it, and it would meet their needs, but they're going to discuss it at their meeting on Wednesday or Friday, whatever it is, Friday for sure. And so if they're very interested in it. The book value of it is $15,000. So I would like to request to take that off of the list as of right now.
Go ahead.
don't sell them that truck. Being as we have shares in that landfill, do not sell them that truck. Just, I'll leave it at that.
Take it out for now, you can put it back in.
I don't know if I've opened mine, the agenda, and that's on there. And in it, they said their mechanics examined it,
Yeah, they did.
and they like it, and they want it. So
And we-
their
yeah.
mechanics, I mean, that'll be decided Friday, but I'm just letting you know it's in there in the open part.
5.
From Elk Water?
Elk Water truck, not the, okay, that's an okay truck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The other one's not, with the flat deck.
The one with the flat deck, and they've looked at the maintenance records as well. So, can we just remove,
Just pull that one off then.
please?
Okay, so Dustin, you're gonna add to your motion to pull that truck off?
As of right now, and then we'll wait till Friday, what Friday brings.
Okay, everybody knows what the motion is? Vote.
We didn't ask 20?
Question, I already asked for the vote.
We didn't ask 20?
I can't ask for the vote.
Not about that, I just don't know about disposal.
Okay. Keith, vote.
I didn't want to vote.
Okay, that's carried. Richard has a question.
Yeah, it's on the disposal part of it. The odd time we have somebody asking us when stuff is coming up for sale, and Keith and I just had a quick conversation on it. So how do we find out when it's up and when it, like, for us to follow something that, how can we be made aware of what's going on?
Yeah, we'll notify council before we dispose of it, because I think last time I think a counselor seen it on an auction site and they weren't preemptive, like we did brought it to them about disposal, and then they seen an auction site, and this, we don't want to do that again, so we'll make sure that everybody's aware of when it's being disposed of, and they can keep an eye on it, and, because a lot of people have had questions to individual councilor members about our equipment, and this way it'll help them pass that message on to their ratepayers.
Okay,
Sounds good. That Zodiac boat trailer would make it maybe a good golf cart trailer, so who knows?
8.6, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just the way policy ADM 9 is constructed, it would serve us well to maybe, if council, if it was okay to have a motion to direct to sell that truck to a regional partner, or,
I think that we should just wait until they make a decision.
okay, and then bring it back after their meeting?
And we'll
Okay.
bring it back to the 6th meeting. Yep, to December 6th. See if it's something that they're interested in, and then we'll bring it back. Yep. Our policy allows us to, you don't have to take it to auction it'd be motion to council if you guys would like to do a partnership with a regional, another regional partner. So, yeah.
Okay, 8.6, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. STIP funding. So when we were at RMA, there was overtures and it was shared by the Minister of Transportation when it came to STIP funding that you should apply for the infrastructure that you need. Sometimes we hold off on some projects because it was very competitive. And so we usually do 4 bridges, STIP bridges. That's got, like, I'm tongue-tied today. Holy moly. So after those comments were made at RMA, we would like to, for council's consideration, to add the recommended motion. There's other bridge files there as well, to add applications into STIP funding. And they're due, I believe, at the end of this month, and in 10 days. If you guys would like to kind of put our hat in the ring, because the minister said that he encourages everyone to apply.
Oh, Michelle had her hand up.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, any questions on it? Vote? Carried. 8.7, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Policy R24, haying of county road ditch right-of-ways. The recommended motion is the council approve R24, haying of county road ditches as presented. I believe the intent has not changed. It is just a couple of wording changes. The date has been changed from May 15th to May 1st. And that's it. Yeah.
Page 172 is supposed to be.
Oh, this would be, that goes through that page 172 is supposed to be with the road closure.
So this would be a mistake that our staff kind of did on.
That was a mistake I made. Yeah, a mistake I made. It's
Just gotta be that guy, eh, Shane?
He's working yesterday. He's working.
All right, so Michelle's making the motion?
No, I made the last.
Oh, you made the last one? Yeah, if you're doing it.
I can keep them.
Okay. It's on haying, vote.
Man, that felt good.
Jesus. That's carried. Okay, we need to go in closed. 2-minute break after you vote. Richard's vote, motion to go in closed. Vote. or the motion for broadband as discussed. Vote, or Richard's making that motion. Vote. Come on, Dustin, vote. Blaine, you're making a motion for the urban one? Okay. Vote. Okay, that's carried. So, that's it for today. Meeting is adjourned.